The drowned palace 40 feet beneath the surface of the Mediterranean Sea, off the coast of Alexandria, Egypt, a diver's hand brushes against carved stone. The sediment swirls away in slow-motion clouds, revealing a face a sphinx, its features worn smooth by centuries of currents, but still unmistakably regal, staring upward through 40 feet of green-blue darkness. Its carved eyes see nothing and everything, a sentinel standing watch over a kingdom that drowned 16 centuries ago. The diver pulls back, adjusts their position, and the full scope reveals itself an entire city street, columns standing in formation like soldiers frozen mid-march, statues lying where they fell, paving stones still fitted together in patterns that once guided the footsteps of queens and scholars and merchants. This is Cleopatra's palace, the legendary seat of Ptolemaic power, lost for more than 1,500 years beneath the waves. The question arrives like a cold current: how many cities sleep beneath the waves? Cleopatra v. Philopat, or the Cleopatra of legend, of Shakespeare and Elizabeth Taylor, of coal-lined eyes and asp delivered death, was a real person who walked real streets and lived in a real palace. We've always known this intellectually, of course, but knowing something historically and encountering it physically are two entirely different experiences. When French underwater archaeologist Frank Goddio first dove into Alexandria's eastern harbour in 1992, he didn't expect to find the palace. He was looking for Napoleon's sunken fleet, the remnants of the 1798 Battle of the Nile. What he found instead was an entire royal district, preserved in silt and sand, waiting. The discovery didn't happen all at once. It never does with underwater archaeology. The ocean is too vast, visibility too limited, time too constrained by the limits of human lungs and dive tables. Instead, the palace revealed itself slowly, deliberately, almost teasingly. A column here, a statue there, a scatter of pottery shards that, when analysed, dated to the Ptolemaic period, the dynasty that ruled Egypt for 3 centuries after Alexander the Great's conquest, the dynasty that ended with Cleopatra's death in 30 BCE. But piece by piece, dive by dive, year by year, a map emerged. And what a map it was! The palace complex covered nearly 5 acres underwater, spread across what had once been the tip of the ancient city's royal peninsula, the area ancient writers called Antarctica Island. The island's very name whispered of the ambition that built it Anti-Rhodos, meaning rival to Rhodes, a deliberate challenge to the famous island that hosted one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The Colossus. Alexandria, the city named for its conqueror-founder Alexander, was never content to be second in anything. The structures Goddio's team found weren't ruins in the way we typically imagine ancient sites, weathered 3D stone foundations barely rising above ground level, requiring imagination to reconstruct their former glory. These were buildings still standing, or at least still recognizable as buildings, preserved by the very water that had destroyed them. Walls rose from the seafloor, their limestone and granite blocks still fitted together with the precision that marked Hellenistic engineering. Doorways opened onto rooms now occupied by fish instead of courtiers. Columns, dozens of them, massive granite pillars stood at attention, some still supporting the weight of lintels, holding up nothing but water and memory. The sphinxes drew the most attention, of course. Egyptian or Greek visitors to ancient Alexandria would have known these guardians. Immediately the body of a lion, the head of a pharaoh, or queen, symbols of royal power and divine protection that flanked temple entrances and palace gates. Godio's team found several of them, each weighing multiple tons, each carved from a single block of red granite, quarried hundreds of miles away in Aswan and transported down the Nile, then somehow moved into position in the palace complex. One sphinx in particular became iconic, the face remarkably preserved, features worn soft by centuries of currents, but still clearly defined, eyes that once gazed over a living city, now staring up through 40 feet of seawater at the blurred forms of divers and occasionally, far above, the dark silhouettes of boats. But sphinxes were just the beginning. The site yielded colossal statues, representations of Ptolemaic kings and queens, some over 15 feet tall, carved in the Egyptian style with the rigid frontality and ceremonial regalia of pharaonic tradition, others in the Greek style with more naturalistic proportions and flowing robes. There were statues of priests and officials, smaller sculptures of gods and goddesses, hundreds of fragments that once formed a three-dimensional gallery of the people and deities who populated this world. The team found paving stones, actual streets, still intact, along which Cleopatra herself might have walked. They found the remains of a harbour with what appeared to be a breakwater or sea wall, evidence of sophisticated maritime engineering. They found pottery, jewellery, coins bearing the profiles of Ptolemaic rulers, oil lamps that once illuminated palace rooms, fragments of coloured glass and faience, remains of wooden ships, anchors, cargo amphora. They found, in other words, not just the bones of buildings, but the artefacts of daily life, the detritus of a functioning royal capital. And perhaps most remarkably, they found evidence that this wasn't a gradual decline, a slow abandonment as the city's fortunes waned. This was a disaster. Alexandria sits on Egypt's Mediterranean coast, built on a limestone ridge between the sea and Lake Mareotis. It was never the most geologically stable location. The Nile Delta is subsiding, slowly sinking under the weight of sediment the river has deposited for millennia, and the Mediterranean coast is prone to seismic activity. But for centuries, Alexandria thrived despite these risks, growing into one of the ancient world's greatest cities. The city Alexander founded in 331 BCE became, under the Ptolemies, a marvel of urban planning and architectural ambition. At its height during the 3rd and 2nd centuries BCE, Alexandria was home to perhaps 500,000 people's staggering population for the ancient world, rivaling Rome itself. The famous Library of Alexandria housed hundreds of thousands of scrolls, making it the greatest repository of knowledge in the Mediterranean. The Pharos Lighthouse, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, stood over 100 meters tall, its beacon visible for miles out to sea, guiding ships into the most important port in the eastern Mediterranean. The palace district where Cleopatra lived 3 centuries later was the beating heart of this magnificent city. Located on the eastern end of the harbour, it occupied prime real estate with views across the water to the Pharos, with easy access to the commercial docks and the royal shipyards, close to the main boulevards that connected the harbour to the rest of the city. Ancient writers describe the palace complex as vast and elaborate, with multiple buildings, gardens, private temples, libraries, and administrative offices. The Roman historian Strabo, writing during Augustus's reign shortly after Cleopatra's death, described the royal quarter as occupying perhaps a quarter to a third of the entire city, an almost unimaginable concentration of wealth and power. And then, in a series of disasters spanning several centuries, the palace district simply disappeared beneath the waves. The culprit was a combination of factors, but the primary villain was earthquake. The Mediterranean might seem like a relatively calm sea, no hurricanes, no typhoons, nothing like the violent weather systems that plague other oceans, but beneath the surface, literally, it sits on one of Earth's most active tectonic boundaries. The African plate is slowly colliding with the Eurasian plate, creating a zone of intense seismic activity that runs from the Straits of Gibraltar in the west through southern Italy, Greece, Turkey, and down the Levantine coast. Alexandria sits squarely in this zone. Historical records document a major earthquake and tsunami that struck Alexandria on July 21, 365 CE, during the reign of Roman Emperor Valentinian I. Ancient accounts describe it as catastrophic buildings destroyed, ships thrown onto shore, parts of the coast suddenly submerged. Modern geological studies have confirmed that this wasn't hyperbole. Evidence suggests a magnitude 8.0 or greater earthquake originating off the coast of Crete, generating a tsunami that swept across the eastern Mediterranean, causing widespread destruction and death. But that single event, devastating as it was, wasn't the whole story. Alexandria's palace district sank gradually over centuries, a combination of seismic shocks lowering the land, rising sea levels, and the natural subsidence of the Nile Delta. Each earthquake dropped the coastline a little lower. Each century brought the water a little higher. Buildings that once stood proudly on dry land found their foundations underwater, then their ground floors, then their upper stories. Eventually, the entire royal peninsula slipped beneath the waves, taking with it the physical evidence of 3 centuries of Ptolemaic rule. By the medieval period, the palace was a legend, a story told by Arab historians who consulted ancient Greek sources and reported that yes, once upon a time, there had been a great palace here, but it was gone now, swallowed by the sea. European scholars and travellers who visited Alexandria in the 18th and 19th centuries found no trace of the palace district. Maps of ancient Alexandria showed its theoretical location, but no one really knew for sure. It had become like Atlantis, a lost city, except unlike Atlantis, this one had definitely existed. Godio's discovery changed everything. Here was proof, tangible and indisputable, that the legends were true. Cleopatra's palace wasn't a myth or an exaggeration. It was real, and it was down there, remarkably preserved, waiting to tell its story. The team's work in Alexandria's eastern harbour continued for decades, expanding from the palace district to explore the broader royal quarter. They found what they believed to be the remains of the Timonium, the monument Mark Antony reportedly built after his defeat at the Battle of Actium, where he retreated to contemplate his failures. They found the foundations of what might have been the Temple of Isis Lochias, one of the most important religious sites in the royal quarter. They found harbour works, quays, jetties, breakwaters, evidence of the massive maritime infrastructure that made Alexandria the Mediterranean's premier port. And they found evidence of how people lived. Not just the rich and royal, though. There was plenty of evidence of wealth, from jewelry to fine pottery to gold coins, but ordinary people too. The pottery shards included storage jars, cooking vessels, oil lamps of the most basic kind. The harbour area yielded fishing weights, ship's tackle, amphoras that once held wine and olive oil and grain. These were the tools and possessions of merchants, sailors, fishermen, warehouse workers, the people who made the port function, who loaded and unloaded ships, who bought and sold goods, who kept the machinery of empire running. It's strange to think about, isn't it, that an entire world of 500,000 people, of great libraries and temples and palaces, of ships from a dozen nations, of languages and religions and philosophies mixing and clashing and creating something new, that this entire world could simply cease to exist on land and continue to exist underwater. Not as a living city, of course, but as a preserved one, a time capsule, a message in a bottle from the ancient world to ours. When you watch footage of divers exploring the palace site, and there's quite a lot of it available, documentaries and research videos, and tourist dive operations, what strikes you is how intact everything looks. Yes, there's damaged columns toppled, walls collapsed, statues broken, but it's not the gradual weathering and erosion you see at land sites. These stones are still sharp-edged in places, still showing tool marks, still fitted together with minimal gaps. The water has protected them from the worst ravages of time, from the wind and rain and temperature changes that slowly dissolve stone, from the human interference that has destroyed or repurposed so many ancient monuments. But the water has also made them inaccessible in a way land sites aren't. You can't casually visit the palace of Cleopatra. You can't walk its streets or touch its columns or stand in its doorways without specialized equipment and training. It exists in a realm that humans can visit only temporarily, as awkward guests in an environment that wants us out. We swim through these spaces with air tanks and regulators, watching our depth gauges and bottom time, always aware that we're borrowing minutes in a world that isn't ours. Perhaps that's appropriate. Perhaps the palace should be difficult to reach, should require effort and expense and specialized knowledge. Perhaps it's better preserved down there, protected by 40 feet of water from the millions of tourists who would wear away its stones with their footsteps and their touching and their need to take pieces of history home as souvenirs. Perhaps Cleopatra's palace and the city she ruled is exactly where it should be beyond reach, but not forgotten, lost but findable. A reminder that the greatest civilizations can vanish beneath the waves, taking their stories with them. But here's the thing, the palace's sphinx still stares upward through the green-blue water, its carved eyes still keeping watch, still standing guard over a kingdom that drowned 16 centuries ago, and when divers descend to visit it, when archaeologists map it and photograph it and slowly piece together its story, the Sphinx sees them. Not literally, of course it's stone, it sees nothing, but in another sense it does see, it bears witness, it remembers, and it poses a question that echoes up through the water, up through the centuries, up to us standing on shores that might not be shores forever. How many other sphinxes are down there, in other harbours, in other oceans, standing guard over other lost cities? How many other palaces, other temples, other libraries and theatres and marketplaces and homes sleep beneath the waves, waiting to be found? Alexandria is just one city, one coastline, one collection of buildings and artifacts and human stories. But it raises the spectre of a larger truth. a more unsettling realization that the ocean floor is not empty, not featureless, not devoid of human history. It's a graveyard of civilizations, a museum without walls, an archive of everything humanity has lost to rising waters. How many royal cities sleep beneath the waves? How many forgotten kingdoms lie in the ocean's darkness, their columns still standing, their statues still watching, their stones still fitted together in patterns that once made sense, that once created homes and temples and seats of power? The Sphinx doesn't answer. It just stares upward, patient and eternal, waiting for us to dive deep enough to find out. But standing in the way of easy answers is the sheer practical difficulty of underwater archaeology in a busy modern harbour. Alexandria today is Egypt's second largest city, home to over 5 million people. The harbour where Cleopatra's palace rests is still in active use, with cargo ships and fishing boats and naval vessels constantly moving through the waters above the ancient ruins. The water visibility is often poor 5 to 10 meters on a good day, sometimes as little as 2 or 3 meters when storms or ship traffic stir up the sediment. The currents can be strong. The depths, while not extreme by diving standards, are enough to limit bottom time and require careful decompression planning. Yet despite these challenges, the work continues. Each season brings new discoveries, new artifacts recovered and conserved, new maps drawn, new pieces added to the puzzle. Modern technology has transformed what's possible. Photogrammetry creates detailed third models from thousands of photographs, allowing researchers to study the site without constant diving. Side scan sonar maps the seafloor, revealing structures still buried under sediment. Remotely operated vehicles can explore areas too deep or dangerous for human divers, and the public fascination remains undiminished. There's something about the phrase Cleopatra's palace that captures the imagination in a way few archaeological sites can match. Perhaps it's the romance of her story, the last pharaoh, the queen who captivated Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, whose death marked the end of Egypt's independence and its absorption into the Roman Empire. Perhaps it's the tragedy of loss, a magnificent palace, gone for 16 centuries, now found but forever changed. Perhaps it's simply the wonder of seeing with our own eyes a world we thought was lost to history. Whatever the reason, Alexandria's drowned palace district has become one of the most famous underwater archaeological sites in the world, drawing researchers and documentary filmmakers and recreational divers, all wanting to swim through Cleopatra's kingdom, to touch stones she might have touched, to float through doorways she might have walked through, to see what she saw, even if the view is now filtered through 40 feet of Mediterranean seawater. Section 2, The Mediterranean's Lost Cities. Alexandria's drowned palace is magnificent, certainly a jewel of Hellenistic civilization preserved beneath the waves. But as remarkable as Cleopatra's palace is, it represents just one entry in a much longer catalogue. Pull back from Alexandria's eastern harbour, rise up through those 40 feet of water, break the surface, and look around at the Mediterranean Sea, stretching to every horizon. This ancient sea, cradle of Western civilization, nursemaid to 100 cultures, has swallowed not just one royal city, but dozens, perhaps hundreds, and each one has a story to tell. Consider Pavlopetri, off the southern coast of Greece's Peloponnese Peninsula. If Alexandria's palace complex is famous for its connection to Cleopatra, Pavlopetri is remarkable for something even more fundamental age, This is, as far as we currently know, the oldest submerged city in the world. Not oldest in the sense of oldest ruins now underwater, but oldest as in was already ancient when it sank. The city dates to the early Bronze Age, approximately 5,000 years old, making it contemporary with the first dynasty of Egypt, with the construction of Stonehenge, with the earliest cities of Mesopotamia. This was a city when cities themselves were still a relatively new human invention. And unlike Alexandria, which requires significant imagination to reconstruct from its scattered ruins, Pavlopitri is remarkably, almost eerily intact. The city lies in just 3 to 4 meters of water in Vatika Bay, shallow enough that on calm, clear days you can see the ruins from a boat on the surface, shallow enough that snorkelers can explore it, shallow enough that sunlight penetrates all the way to the seafloor, illuminating a complete Bronze Age town plan. When British oceanographer Nicholas Fleming discovered Pavlopitri in 1960, 7 though local sponge divers had known about it for generations, what he found was extraordinary. Not scattered ruins or isolated structures, but an entire urban layout, streets arranged in a rough grid pattern, rectangular building foundations still clearly defined, walls marking out individual rooms, courtyards identifiable by their size and position. There were at least 15 distinct buildings visible, along with what appeared to be a central public square, or agora. Later surveys using more advanced technology identified over 50 structures spread across approximately 12 acres of seafloor. Think about that for a moment. An entire Bronze Age town, its streets still traceable, its buildings still recognizable as buildings, lying in shallow water off the Greek coast for 5 millennia. People walked those streets when bronze was high technology, when writing was still a specialized skill, when the great pyramids of Egypt were already ancient, but the Parthenon wouldn't be built for another 500 years. The town plan tells us things about how people lived. The buildings are substantial stone foundations suggesting permanent structures, not temporary shelters. The layout indicates planning, suggesting either central authority or at least community coordination. The location, right on the coast with a protected bay, speaks to maritime activity, fishing, certainly, probably trade, possibly shipbuilding. Pottery recovered from the site includes storage jars, cooking vessels, and more decorative pieces, indicating both daily domestic life and some degree of wealth or trade connections. And then, sometime around 1000 BCE, the dating is uncertain. Based on pottery styles and geological evidence, Pavlopitri simply stopped being inhabited. The most likely explanation is earthquake-induced subsidence. The land dropped suddenly or gradually lowered over time, putting the town below sea level. The residents would have abandoned their homes, taking what they could carry, leaving behind the heavier items, the pottery, the stone tools, the building foundations, and the sea moved in, slowly covering the streets and walls, preserving them in sand and sediment. For 3,000 years, Pavlopitri slept beneath the waves, known to local divers but unknown to archaeologists. Its existence not recorded in any historical text, because it was already ancient history when humans started writing history. Its rediscovery in the 1960s opened a window into early Bronze Age Greek culture that few land sites can match, precisely because of how completely and suddenly it was abandoned and how well the water preserved it. But if Pavlopetri is the Mediterranean's oldest known submerged city, Heraklion is perhaps its most spectacular recent discovery. Also called Thonis, its Egyptian name, this was a major port city at the mouth of the Nile, the gateway between Egypt and the Mediterranean world. Ancient Greek historians mentioned it. Herodotus wrote about visiting Heraklion in the 5th century BCE, describing its temples and its importance as Egypt's main port before Alexandria was founded. But after the founding of Alexandria in 331 BCE, Heraklion gradually declined in importance, and sometime around the 8th century CE, it vanished entirely, not just from maps, but from memory. For over a millennium, Heraklion existed only in ancient texts, and many scholars thought those references were either mistakes or exaggerations. Then in 2000, French underwater archaeologist Franck Godiot, the same archaeologist who explored Alexandria's palace district, discovered Heraklion in Abu Qur Bay, about 20 miles northeast of Alexandria, and discovered doesn't quite capture the magnitude of what he found. This wasn't a scattering of ruins or a few interesting artifacts. This was an entire city, remarkably preserved, spread across several square kilometers of seafloor, lying under just 5 to 10 meters of water. The site revealed temples, massive stone structures with columns and chambers and altars. There were statues, and not small ones, colossal figures of gods and pharaohs, some over 15 feet tall, carved from red granite and quartzite, weighing multiple tons each. There was a stele, an inscribed stone monument that confirmed the city's identity with hieroglyphic text referring to Heraklion, Thonis, by both names. There were dozens of sarcophagi, indicating a major necropolis. There were the remains of over 60 ancient ships, either wrecks that sank in the harbour or vessels that were trapped when the city itself went down. There were hundreds of anchors, countless pottery vessels, gold jewelry, bronze ritual objects, lead and stone weights used by merchants, copper coins, oil lamps, and fragments of everyday life spanning nearly 1,000 years of occupation. The centerpiece of the site was the temple of Amun-Jereb, the god who was the city's patron deity. This wasn't just any temple. Ancient sources described it as one of Egypt's most important religious sites, where pharaohs came to receive legitimacy for their rule through elaborate ceremonies. The temple complex included multiple buildings, massive statues of gods and kings, sacred barkies, ritual boats used in religious processions, and an array of votive offerings left by pilgrims over centuries. What makes Heraklion particularly fascinating from an archaeological perspective is that it represents a cultural crossroads. This was a city where Egyptian, Greek, and eventually Roman influences mixed and merged. The statues found at the site include purely Egyptian-style works, rigid, formal, heavily stylized figures with the characteristic poses and proportions of pharaonic art, alongside more Hellenistic pieces with Greek proportions and natural postures. The inscriptions use both Egyptian hieroglyphs and Greek script. The artifacts include Egyptian religious objects and Greek trade goods. This was a port city in the truest sense, a place where different cultures met, traded, argued, learned from each other, and created something hybrid. And like Alexandria, like Pavlopetri, like so many Mediterranean coastal cities, Heraklion eventually sank beneath the waves. The reasons were probably multiple earthquakes are likely culprits, given the region's seismic activity. Rising sea levels played a role. but a major factor was probably unique to the Nile Delta, the weight of the city itself. The Nile Delta is built from sediment, layers upon layers of silt and sand deposited by the river over millennia. It's not solid bedrock. When you build a city on that kind of geological foundation, particularly a city with massive stone temples and heavy monumental architecture, the weight gradually compresses the sediment beneath and the ground slowly subsides. Add in the liquefaction effects of earthquakes, where saturated sediment temporarily behaves like liquid rather than solid ground, and you have a recipe for rapid, catastrophic sinking. The archaeological evidence suggests that Heracleion didn't necessarily sink all at once in a single disaster, but rather underwent episodes of rapid subsidence interspersed with periods of stability. The city would drop suddenly, parts of it would flood, residents would retreat to higher ground and rebuild, and then it would drop again. Eventually, the sea simply claimed too much, and the city was abandoned, probably gradually rather than in a single exodus. By the medieval period, it was completely underwater and completely forgotten. Just another victim of the Mediterranean's appetite for coastal civilizations. So we have Alexandria, Pavlopetri, and Heracleion, three very different cities from three different eras, separated by thousands of years and hundreds of miles, yet all sharing the same fate. But they're far from alone. The Mediterranean is dotted with submerged cities and settlements scattered across its coasts like fallen stars. Off the coast of Sicily, near Trapani, there's evidence of submerged settlements dating to various periods, probably lost to a combination of sea level rise and seismic activity. The waters around Crete hold multiple sites, including sections of ancient Minoan harbours and settlements that sank during the massive volcanic eruption of Santorini around 1600 BCE or in subsequent earthquakes. The coast of Turkey, ancient Anatolia, has numerous submerged ruins, sections of ancient Lycia, parts of Byzantine-era ports, remnants of Roman harbour works now lying meters below the waterline. The Levantine coast from Syria through Lebanon and Israel down to Egypt is rich with submerged archaeological sites, many still unexplored or only partially surveyed. Some of these sites are well documented and extensively studied. Others are known primarily to local fishermen and divers, marked on no official maps, protected by no laws, gradually deteriorating or being looted for artifacts. Many more probably remain completely unknown, their existence unsuspected, waiting for sonar surveys or chance discovery. Why is the Mediterranean so rich with drowned cities? The answer is a combination of factors that made this particular sea both ideal for human settlement and uniquely dangerous. First, geography. The Mediterranean is large enough to enable extensive maritime trade, but enclosed enough to make navigation relatively safe. You're never too far from land. Storms, while dangerous, are generally less severe than on open oceans. This made the Mediterranean perfect for the development of early seafaring cultures, and seafaring cultures naturally build their cities on coasts right at the water's edge where ships can dock, where goods can be loaded and unloaded, where the ocean's resources are immediately accessible. Second, climate. The Mediterranean climate is famously amenable to human civilization. Hot, dry summers and mild, wet winters, perfect for agriculture, particularly for olives, grapes, and grain, the staples of ancient Mediterranean diet and economy. This climate encouraged dense settlement patterns, large populations, prosperous cities. And prosperous cities get built in stone with monumental architecture, with harbour works and temples and palaces, the kinds of structures that survive underwater. Third, history. The Mediterranean was the centre of Western civilization for thousands of years. This is where writing developed, where democracy was invented, where monotheistic religions emerged, where philosophy and science and mathematics took forms that still shape our world. The result is that the Mediterranean coast is incredibly rich in human archaeological sites of all kinds, including coastal cities. When a significant percentage of those coastal cities end up underwater, you get a large absolute number of submerged sites. And fourth, geology. This is the dangerous part. The Mediterranean sits on one of Earth's most active tectonic boundaries, where the African plate is colliding with the Eurasian plate. This collision creates mountains, the Alps, the Pyrenees, the mountains of Greece and Turkey and North Africa. It also creates earthquakes, lots of them, and volcanoes. The Mediterranean region has experienced countless major earthquakes over recorded history, and presumably many more before humans were around to record them. Each earthquake has the potential to drop coastlines, to trigger tsunamis, to liquefy sediment, to simply shake buildings apart. Add to tectonic activity the effects of changing sea levels. During the last ice age, which ended around 12,000 years ago, sea levels were roughly 120 meters lower than today. As the ice melted, the waters rose, flooding coastlines worldwide. The Mediterranean sea level rose along with global oceans, drowning any coastal or near-coastal settlements that existed during the Ice Age, and in the millennia immediately following it. By the time we reach the historical period, the Bronze Age, the Classical Era, the Roman period sea levels had mostly stabilized at roughly current levels, but roughly is doing a lot of work there. Even small changes in sea level, combined with local tectonic subsidence, could put low-lying coastal areas underwater. The result is a Mediterranean seafloor that is, in effect, an underwater museum of lost civilizations. Every nation that borders the Mediterranean has submerged archaeological sites in its waters. Greece probably has the most unsurprising, given its long coastline, its peninsulas and islands, its thousands of years of maritime civilization. Egypt has Alexandria and Heracleion and numerous smaller sites. Italy has extensive submerged ruins, including the famous example of Baiae, which we'll explore later. Turkey, Israel, Lebanon, Syria, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, Spain, France all have portions of their ancient coastal settlements now underwater. How many submerged sites are there in total? Nobody knows. Comprehensive surveys of Mediterranean seafloors don't exist. We know about the major sites, the famous ones, the ones that have attracted archaeological attention. But there are undoubtedly hundreds of smaller sites, minor ports and fishing villages and coastal settlements, lying in shallow or deep water, noticed by divers or fishermen, or completely unknown, gradually deteriorating or being covered by sediment. And it's not just complete cities. There are submerged harbours, ancient port facilities, now lying meters below modern sea level, their breakwaters and quays and warehouses still partially intact. There are submerged quarries, places where ancient peoples cut stone from coastal cliffs, and the quarries themselves are now underwater. There are submerged roads and bridges and sections of coastal infrastructure. The entire ancient coastline was often different from the modern one, and scattered along that drowned shoreline are fragments of human activity, pieces of the past waiting to be found. Each site has its own story, its own reasons for ending up underwater, its own unique preservation conditions, its own challenges for archaeologists. Pavle Petri's story is one of Bronze Age urban planning suddenly abandoned. Heracleans is a tale of religious importance and cultural crossroads slowly sinking beneath the delta. Alexandria's palace speaks of royal power and catastrophic earthquakes. But taken together, all these sites tell a larger story that the Mediterranean's coasts have never been stable, that the boundary between land and sea has always been negotiable, that cities built to last forever can vanish beneath the waves in a generation or a century, that the ocean keeps what it takes, preserving it in ways that land never could. The Mediterranean remembers. It remembers Bronze Age towns and classical Greek harbours and Roman pleasure cities and Hellenistic royal palaces. It holds them in suspension in salt water and sediment, protecting them from air and weather, and the countless human interventions that destroy land sites. These drowned cities are time capsules, messages from the past, warnings about the impermanence of even the greatest human achievements. But here's the unsettling thing: the Mediterranean isn't unique. It's just particularly well studied, particularly rich in known sites, particularly important to the history of Western civilization, and therefore particularly likely to attract archaeological attention. But the Mediterranean isn't alone. Every ocean hides its secrets. Every coast has lost cities to rising waters or sinking land or catastrophic events. The question that Alexandria's Sphinx pose show many cities sleep beneath the waves doesn't just apply to one sea. It's a global question with a global answer that we're only beginning to uncover. Section 3, a global phenomenon, travel east from the Mediterranean across the Middle East, past the Persian Gulf to the northwestern coast of India, where the Arabian Sea meets the land of Gujarat. Here, at the mouth of the Gulf of Kamhat, also called the Gulf of Sembalist, a city that shouldn't exist, or at least shouldn't exist underwater. This is Dwarka, or what may be Dwarka, the legendary city of Lord Krishna, one of Hinduism's most important deities. According to Hindu scripture, particularly the Mahabharata and the Puranas, Dwarka was Krishna's capital, a magnificent city built on the coast with elaborate palaces and temples, protected by massive walls and gates. The texts describe it as prosperous and beautiful, a center of culture and learning. They also describe its destruction after Krishna's death. The sea rose and swallowed the city, taking it beneath the waves in a single day. For thousands of years, this was understood as myth, as religious allegory, as the kind of story ancient peoples told to explain the impermanence of even the greatest kingdoms. And then, starting in the 1980s, marine archaeologists began finding evidence that the myth was based on something real. Underwater explorations in the Gulf of Kamhat have revealed extensive structures lying at depths of 20 to 40 meters, stone walls arranged in patterns suggesting planned urban layout, foundations of buildings, what appear to be fortification walls, a grid of streets, evidence of sophisticated engineering. The structures are massive, some walls constructed from stones weighing several tons, fitted together with precision. Artifacts recovered from the site include pottery, sculptures, seals, and other objects consistent with ancient Indian civilization. The dating is controversial and hotly debated. Some researchers, based on artifacts and architectural style, date the structures to around 1500 BCE, making them roughly contemporary with the Harappan civilization, the Bronze Age culture that flourished in the Indus Valley. Others, more controversially, have suggested much older dates based on geological evidence, pushing the site back to 7500 BCE or even earlier, which would make it one of the oldest cities in the world. The academic debate continues, complicated by the difficulty of underwater archaeology in a region with strong currents, poor visibility, and limited resources. But regardless of the exact dating, the existence of substantial underwater structures at the site is not in dispute. Something was built here, something large and complex and sophisticated. Whether it was Krishna's legendary capital, or simply an ancient port city that inspired the Krishna legend, we're looking at evidence that India's coasts, like the Mediterranean's, have lost cities to the sea, and India isn't alone. Swing around to the opposite side of the globe, to the Caribbean Sea, to Jamaica's southeastern coast, and you'll find a very different kind of lost city with a very different story, Port Royal, the so-called wickedest city on earth. In the late 17th century, Port Royal was one of the Caribbean's most important cities, and certainly its most notorious. Built on a sand spit at the entrance to Kingston Harbour, it served as a base for English privateers, legally sanctioned pirates, who preyed on Spanish shipping. The city was rich, flush with plundered gold and silver, packed with taverns and brothels and gambling houses, home to perhaps 7,000 people living in close-packed buildings that rose 2 or 3 or even 4 stories high, quite remarkable for that era and location. English officials and clergy regularly denounced Port Royal's vice and predicted divine punishment. They got their wish, though the mechanism was geological rather than theological. On June 7, 1692, at approximately 11:43 in the morning, a massive earthquake struck. The shaking lasted less than 3 minutes, but those 3 minutes changed everything. The sandy soil beneath Port Royal liquefied, the earthquake's vibrations transformed the sand into something like quicksand, and the heavy buildings simply sank. Entire streets dropped below sea level. The northern part of the city slid into the harbour. A tsunami followed the earthquake, sweeping over what remained. When it was over, roughly 2/3 of the city was underwater. About 2,000 people died in the initial disaster, and another 3,000 died in the following weeks from injuries and disease. The survivors abandoned what remained of Port Royal and founded Kingston across the harbour. And Port Royal, once the richest city in the New World, became a ghost town, or more accurately, a ghost town underwater. What makes Port Royal archaeologically valuable is the suddenness of its destruction. Unlike cities that sank gradually, giving residents time to remove valuables and abandon in an orderly fashion, Port Royal went down in minutes. Buildings collapsed with people inside, with all their possessions, with plates still on tables, and goods still in shops, and money still in counting houses. The site became what archaeologists call a catastrophic termination, a moment frozen in time, preserved underwater with minimal disturbance. Underwater excavations at Port Royal, beginning in the 1960s and continuing intermittently since, have recovered extraordinary artifacts, pocket watches, stopped at the moment the earthquake hit, intact bottles of wine and preserved food, navigational instruments, weapons, clothing, jewelry, medical instruments, even organic materials like leather and wood that normally decay rapidly on land sites. The preservation is remarkable, giving us a snapshot of late 17th century Caribbean life with a clarity few land sites can match. But beyond its archaeological value, Port Royal serves as a reminder of how quickly a thriving city can vanish. One moment, 7,000 people going about their morning, business merchants opening shops, sailors preparing ships, families having breakfast, children playing in streets. The next moment, buildings falling, ground opening up, water rushing in, the city simply ceasing to exist as a functional place. Not over years or decades or centuries, but in less time than it takes to drink a cup of coffee. If Port Royal represents sudden catastrophe, and if the Mediterranean cities represent the slow work of earthquakes and subsidence over centuries, then consider a different category of underwater structure, entirely sites so old, so controversial, that debate continues about whether they're human-made at all. Off the coast of Yonaguni Island, the westernmost inhabited island of Japan, at depths of 5 to 40 meters, lies an underwater formation that has puzzled researchers since its discovery in 1986. The Yonaguni Monument, as it's commonly called, consists of a massive rock formation with features that appear strikingly artificial flat terraces, right-angle corners, straight edges, what look like carved steps, platforms, walls, and even what some interpret as decorative elements. Is it a natural formation created by geological processes and erosion? Or is it the remains of an ancient structure built by humans thousands of years ago when sea levels were lower and the formation was above water? The debate has raged for decades. Those who argue for natural origin point out that the local rocks and stone naturally fractures along regular planes, creating shapes that can appear artificially cut. They note that similar formations exist on land nearby, formed entirely by natural erosion. They point to the absence of tool marks or clear architectural elements or any artifacts that would definitively prove human involvement. Those who argue for artificial origin point to features that seem too regular, too purposeful, to be natural multiple terraces at consistent heights, what appear to be post holes, shapes that resemble steps and platforms and ramps, angles and edges that seem deliberately created. Some researchers have identified what they interpret as carved symbols or decorative elements, and they note that if this were built during the last ice age, when sea levels were much lower, it would be roughly 10,000 years older than most known architectural monuments, but not impossible. The truth may lie somewhere in between a natural formation that was modified by humans, enhanced and shaped and incorporated into some kind of structure or ceremonial site. Or it may be entirely natural, a geological coincidence that happens to resemble human architecture. Or it may indeed be evidence of a very ancient coastal settlement, now submerged, built by people whose culture left no other clear trace. The controversy surrounding Yonaguni highlights a challenge in underwater archaeology. When structures are very old, when they've been submerged for thousands of years, when erosion and biological growth have obscured their features, it can be genuinely difficult to distinguish human construction from natural formation. Not every underwater structure is a lost city, but some certainly are, and determining which requires careful analysis. For a clearer case of a lost settlement, though of a very different kind, return to Europe, but this time to the North Sea coast of England, to a place called Dunwich. This was once a thriving medieval town, one of the most important ports on England's eastern coast. At its height in the 12th century, Dunwich was home to perhaps 3,000 people, significant population for medieval England, with multiple churches, monasteries, shipyards, markets, and extensive harbour facilities. Dunwich's problem was erosion. The North Sea is not gentle. Storm surges and waves gradually ate away at the coastline, particularly during winter storms. The town lost ground slowly at first, then more rapidly. Churches fell into the sea one by one St. Leonard's, St. John's, St. Peter's, St. Nicholas's, St. Martin's, All Saints, St. Michael's, St. Francis's over the centuries. All of them toppled over eroding cliffs and vanished into the waves. The harbour silted up, making it increasingly difficult for ships to dock, and as the harbour declined, so did the town's economy. Buildings nearest the cliff edge were abandoned as cracks appeared in walls and ground became unstable. By the 16th century, Dunwich had lost most of its population and importance. By the 18th century, it was a small village. Today, modern Dunwich has about 100 residents, and the medieval town, all of it, every building, every street, every church lies underwater, scattered across the seafloor in a debris field extending hundreds of meters offshore. Local legends say that on stormy nights, you can hear the church bells ringing underwater, tolling from drowned belfries. This is almost certainly acoustic phenomena, the sound of waves and wind and shifting stones creating patterns that the ear interprets as bells, but the legend captures something true about Dunwich. This wasn't a city that sank suddenly in an earthquake. This was a city that fought a centuries-long battle against the sea and lost, gradually, inexorably, watching its buildings fall one by one, its population leave family by family, its importance fade year by year. Sonar surveys have located ruins on the seafloor, remains of walls and buildings. The foundations of some of the churches, scattered architectural elements. The site is protected now, designated as historically important, but it's also constantly at risk from the same erosion that destroyed it in the first place. The ruins are gradually breaking apart, scattered by currents and storms, becoming less recognizable with each passing year. Dunwich represents yet another way cities end up underwater, not earthquake, not sudden disaster, not subsidence, but simple, relentless coastal erosion, the slow grinding away of land by water, claiming a few meters per decade, per century, until eventually the sea has taken everything. So we have Dwarka in India, possibly 500 years old, or possibly much older, a legendary city that may have inspired religious texts. We have Port Royal in Jamaica, 330 years underwater, destroyed in minutes by liquefaction. We have Yonaguni in Japan, possibly natural or possibly an ancient structure over 10,000 years old. We have Dunwich in England, gradually consumed by erosion over 6 centuries. 4 different continents, 4 different oceans, 4 different mechanisms of destruction, spanning thousands of years, yet all resulting in the same outcome: cities beneath the waves. And there are dozens more. The Pacific has submerged sites off the coast of China, including the famous lion city Xicheng, deliberately flooded 91,000. 959 to create a reservoir, now a popular diving destination where entire Ming and Qing dynasty architecture sits preserved underwater. The Atlantic has numerous sites, including sections of ancient Alexandria, not yet fully explored, Viking-era sites off the coast of Scandinavia, prehistoric settlements drowned when sea levels rose after the last ice age. The Indian Ocean has possible sites in the Persian Gulf, in the Red Sea, scattered around island nations. Even the Arctic and Antarctic have submerged features, though the harsh conditions make exploration extremely difficult. The common thread running through all these sites is simple humans build cities on coasts, because coasts are useful. They provide access to maritime resources, fish, shellfish, seaweed, seals, whales. They enable trade and travel by water, which for most of human history was faster and easier than land transport. They offer strategic defensive positions, islands, peninsulas, river mouths. The ocean moderates climate, making coastal regions often more temperate than inland areas at the same latitude. So we build on coasts, we always have. And coasts, it turns out, are not permanent features. They move, they erode, they subside. Sea levels rise and fall. Earthquakes drop them. Storms reshape them. What's dry land in one generation can be shallow water in the next, and deep water in the century after that. And we're still doing it. Right now, today, we're building massive coastal cities, the largest in human history, home to millions of people, centers of economy and culture and political power, on coastlines that are demonstrably not stable, in regions we know are vulnerable to the same processes that drowned previous cities. Consider Miami Beach, built on a barrier island, home to tens of thousands of permanent residents and millions of visitors annually, experiencing regular sunny day flooding when high tides push water up through storm drains because the streets are barely above sea level. Or Venice, one of the world's most famous cities, already dealing with regular flooding that inundates St. Mark's Square, home to architectural treasures that are simply irreplaceable, built on an island in a lagoon that's slowly sinking and experiencing rising sea levels simultaneously. Or Jakarta, capital of Indonesia, home to over 10 million people in the city proper and over 30 million in the metropolitan area, sinking at a rate of up to 25 centimeters per year due to groundwater extraction and land subsidence. Or Shanghai, Bangkok, Mumbai, Lagos, Dhaka megacities with populations in the tens of millions, all built on or near coastlines, all vulnerable to rising sea levels. We know how this story ends. We've seen it before dozens of times in dozens of locations across thousands of years. Coastal cities are inherently temporary. The ocean always wins eventually. The only questions are when and how fast. Alexandria's palace sank over centuries, giving generations time to adapt. Port Royal vanished in minutes, giving no one any time at all. Dunwich eroded over 600 years, a slow-motion catastrophe that killed no one directly but destroyed a city, just as completely as any earthquake. The mechanism varies, the timeline varies, but the outcome doesn't, which raises the question every coastal resident should ask. Every person living in Miami or Mumbai or Shanghai or any of the dozens of coastal megacities, why did the waters rise? And perhaps more urgently, why are they rising again? Section 4, the science of submersion. To understand why cities end up underwater, we need to understand something fundamental about our planet. It's restless. The ground beneath our feet, which feels so solid and permanent, is actually in constant motion, rising, falling, shifting, responding to forces that operate on timescales far longer than human lifespans, but which can manifest in seconds during earthquakes or over millennia as sea levels change. The cities we've explored: Alexandria, Pavlopetri, Heracleion, Dwarka, Port Royal, Dunwich, all drowned for specific reasons, but those reasons fall into a relatively small number of categories. The mechanisms that put cities underwater are varied but knowable, scientific but no less dramatic for being understood. Start with the biggest, slowest, most inexorable process post-glacial sea level rise. About 20,000 years ago, Earth was in the grip of the last glacial maximum, the peak of the most recent ice age. Ice sheets covered much of North America, Northern Europe, and parts of Asia. These weren't just thick snowpacks, these were ice masses kilometers thick in places, glaciers the size of continents, containing so much frozen water that global sea levels were approximately 120 meters, nearly 400 feet lower than they are today. Think about what that means. A 120-meter drop in sea level exposes vast areas of continental shelf. The Mediterranean's coastline was dramatically different, with more land area around every shore. The Persian Gulf was largely dry land, a river valley, not a gulf. The English Channel didn't exist. Britain was connected to continental Europe by a landmass called Dageman, home to human settlements and herds of animals. Indonesia's islands were connected into larger landmasses. The coastline of India extended much farther out. Everywhere on Earth, the coast was farther from the modern shoreline, sometimes by dozens or hundreds of kilometers, and humans lived on those exposed coasts. Of course they did. Coasts are valuable real estate, access to marine resources, moderate climate, trading opportunities. During the Ice Age, people built settlements, camps, villages, and probably towns on land that is now deep underwater. We have limited direct evidence of these settlements because they're submerged, often under meters of sediment, difficult to locate, and expensive to explore. But logic and the evidence we do have both suggest that the now drowned continental shelves were home to significant human populations. Then, starting around 20,000 years ago and accelerating between 15,000 and 7,000 years ago, the climate warmed. The ice sheets melted. The water that had been locked up in glaciers for thousands of years flowed back into the oceans, and sea levels rose. Not slowly in human terms. This wasn't a gradual, barely perceptible change. This was fast enough that within a human lifetime, the coast could move noticeably inland. Within a few generations, areas that had been productive land could be shallow sea. Within a millennium, the entire geography of a region could be transformed. The melting wasn't uniform or steady. There were periods of rapid rise interspersed with periods of slower change. There were probably episodes of catastrophic flooding when ice dams burst, releasing vast quantities of water suddenly. The best known example is the flooding of the Black Sea, which some researchers believe was a relatively sudden event around 500 years ago, when rising Mediterranean waters breached a natural dam at the Bosphorus, turning what had been a freshwater lake into a saltwater sea. Some scholars have suggested this event might be the origin of various flood myths, including perhaps the biblical deluge, though this remains highly controversial. By about 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, sea levels had largely stabilized at approximately their current level, give or take a few meters. The dramatic post-glacial rise was over, but the damage from a human perspective was done. Any coastal settlements built on the now submerged continental shelves were gone, drowned beneath tens of meters of seawater. The coastline as humans had known it for thousands of years, the coastline their ancestors had lived on, migrated along, built on, was simply gone, replaced by a new shoreline farther inland. This explains sites like Atlit Yem, a Neolithic village off the coast of Israel, now lying 8 to 12 meters underwater. When the village was inhabited, around 9,000 years ago, it was on the coast or very near it. But sea levels were still rising then, in the final stages of post-glacial flooding. Eventually, the sea simply took the village. The inhabitants abandoned its probably gradually as flooding became more frequent and severe and moved inland, and the village sank beneath the waves where it remained perfectly preserved, complete with stone houses, a stone well, megalithic stone circle, and even human skeletons with evidence of disease, giving us an extraordinary window into Neolithic life. So that's mechanism number 1, sea level rise. It explains many of the older underwater sites, particularly those dating to the period between 10,000 and 5,000 years ago, when post-glacial rise was still ongoing or had just completed. But it doesn't explain cities that sank more recently, after sea levels had stabilized. For those, we need different mechanisms. Enter tectonic subsidence, the sinking of land due to geological processes. Earth's crust isn't a solid shell. It's broken into large plates that float on the semi-molten mantle beneath. These plates move, driven by convection currents in the mantle, colliding in some places, pulling apart in others, sliding past each other along fault lines. Where plates collide, you get mountains and earthquakes and volcanoes. Where they pull apart, you get rift valleys and volcanic activity. And in many places, particularly near plate boundaries, you get subsidence, the gradual or sudden lowering of the land surface. This is what happened to much of the Nile Delta, where Alexandria and Heracleion were built. The delta is subsiding for multiple reasons. First, the weight of sediment itself. The Nile has been depositing silt for millions of years, building up thick layers of sediment, and that weight compresses the layers beneath, causing the land to sink gradually. Second, the entire eastern Mediterranean is tectonically active, sitting on the collision zone between the African and Eurasian plates. The African plate is rotating slightly as it collides with Eurasia, creating complex stress patterns that result in some areas rising and others subsiding. The northern Egyptian coast happens to be in a subsiding zone. The subsidence rates vary, but are generally on the order of 1 to 5 millimeters per year, not much in human terms, barely noticeable in a single lifetime, but over centuries it adds up. A subsidence rate of 3 millimeters per year means 3 meters in 1,000 years, enough to put a coastal city's streets underwater, even without any change in sea level. When you combine gradual subsidence with rising sea levels and periodic earthquakes that can suddenly drop the land by a meter or more, you get exactly what we see in places like Alexandria, ancient structures now lying 6 to 8 meters below modern sea level. A particularly dramatic form of subsidence occurs in volcanic areas, where it's called bradyseism, the gradual or episodic vertical movement of the ground surface due to magma chamber activity. The textbook example is Baiae, on the coast of the Bay of Naples in Italy. Baiae was a Roman resort town, the playground of the wealthy and powerful during the late Republic and early Empire. Julius Caesar had a villa there. Augustus, Nero, and other emperors visited regularly or maintained residences. The poet Horace wrote about it, noting somewhat disapprovingly that Baiae was a place of luxury and vice. It was famous for its hot springs, its mild climate, its beautiful seaside location, and its hedonistic atmosphere. Today, much of ancient Baiae is underwater, lying in 3 to 6 meters of water just offshore. You can dive there and swim through the remains of villas and bathhouses and nymphaea, elaborate fountain structures, seeing mosaics still intact on floors and walls, columns still standing, rooms still identifiable. It's remarkably well preserved, protected by the water from the weathering and vandalism that have damaged many land-based Roman sites. Baiae sank due to bradyseism associated with the volcanic Campi Flegrei caldera system. The area experiences periods of uplift and subsidence as the magma chamber beneath it inflates and deflates, fills and partially empties. Over the centuries since Roman times, the net result has been subsidence, lowering the coastline and putting the ancient city underwater. Interestingly, the process isn't over the area still experiences bradyseism, with measurable ground movements occurring on timescales of years to decades. Parts that submerged centuries ago are now slightly higher due to recent uplift episodes. The ground is, quite literally, breathing in geological time. If subsidence is a slow process, earthquakes are its violent counterpart, sudden, catastrophic vertical movements that can drop coastlines by meters in seconds. The 365 CE earthquake that devastated Alexandria is estimated to have been magnitude 8, 0 or higher, with its epicenter off the coast of Crete. Earthquakes of that magnitude release enormous amounts of energy. The ground shakes violently for minutes. Buildings collapse. But in coastal areas, there's often an additional effect: permanent vertical displacement. The earthquake can drop or raise sections of coastline by a meter, 2 meters, sometimes more. When a section of coast that was at sea level suddenly drops 2 meters, it's now underwater. Buildings that were on dry land are now standing in water. If a tsunami follows, as often happens with large submarine earthquakes, the damage is compounded. The combination of ground lowering and tsunami inundation can make large areas of coast permanently uninhabitable. Port Royal experienced a different earthquake effect: liquefaction, when loose, water-saturated sediment like the sand that Port Royal was built on experiences strong shaking. It can temporarily lose its strength and behave like a liquid rather than a solid. Buildings can't stand on liquid sand. They sink, tilt, collapse. When the shaking stops and the sediment resolidifies, whatever sank into it is trapped. This is what happened to much of Port Royal. The sand beneath the city liquefied, buildings sank, and then the sand resolidified around them, creating what archaeologists found centuries later: buildings and artifacts preserved in sand, buried where they fell. Earthquakes also trigger tsunamis, which add another layer of destruction. A tsunami isn't a single large wave, it's a series of waves, sometimes lasting hours, that flood far inland and then retreat, carrying debris and sediment back out to sea. Tsunamis can destroy coastal buildings through sheer force of water, can erode coastlines, can deposit thick layers of sediment over settlements. Ancient accounts of the 365 CE earthquake describe ships being carried far inland and then left stranded when the water retreated. The tsunami's effects were felt across the entire eastern Mediterranean, causing destruction in Libya, Cyprus, Sicily, and Greece, not just in Egypt. So we have sea level rise as a slow, inexorable process over millennia. We have tectonic subsidence as a gradual lowering over centuries. We have earthquakes as sudden catastrophic events. Add to these volcanic activity both the gradual bradysism and explosive eruptions that can generate tsunamis or cause coastal collapse, and add coastal erosion, the slow grinding away of land by waves and currents. Dunwich fell to erosion, as we've discussed, but erosion is a factor at many sites. Coastlines are dynamic environments. Waves constantly attack the shore, especially during storms. Currents move sediment, removing it from some areas and depositing it in others. Over time, soft rock and unconsolidated sediment erode more rapidly than hard bedrock. Cliffs retreat, beaches migrate, spits and barriers appear and disappear. The rate of erosion varies enormously depending on geology and wave energy. Soft sedimentary rock like chalk or sandstone can erode at rates of meters per year during stormy periods. Harder igneous or metamorphic rock might erode at millimeters per decade. But over centuries, even slow erosion adds up. Dunwich lost over a kilometre of coastline over 6 centuries, an average of about 1.5 meters per year, though the actual process was irregular, with some years seeing no loss and storm years seeing catastrophic losses. And increasingly, we need to add human factors to the list of mechanisms that put cities underwater. Modern coastal cities are experiencing subsidence caused not by natural geological processes, but by human activity, primarily groundwater extraction and the weight of urban development. Jakarta, which we mentioned earlier, is subsiding at rates of up to 25 centimeters per year, in some areas an astonishingly rapid rate by geological standards, over 100 times faster than natural tectonic subsidence. The cause is primarily groundwater extraction. As the city has grown, residents and businesses have drilled thousands of wells to extract water from aquifers beneath the city. Removing the water causes the aquifer layers to compress, and the land surface above them subsides. The same process is happening in Bangkok, in Mexico City, in parts of the San Joaquin Valley in California, and in numerous other locations worldwide. The weight of cities themselves can also cause subsidence, particularly when they're built on soft sediments. Every building, every road, every piece of infrastructure adds weight. Over time, that weight compresses the sediment beneath, causing gradual sinking. This is a factor in Venice's subsidence, along with natural processes and, historically, groundwater extraction that has since been stopped. So we have a taxonomy of drowning post-glacial sea level, rise drowning ice age settlements, tectonic subsidence gradually lowering coastlines, volcanic bradysism raising and lowering land, earthquakes suddenly dropping coastlines and triggering tsunamis, liquefaction swallowing buildings, coastal erosion slowly removing land, and human-induced subsidence from groundwater extraction and urban weight. Different mechanisms, different timescales, different geographical contexts, but all with the same result: cities ending up underwater. Understanding these mechanisms helps us make sense of the archeological evidence. When we find a city like Pavla Petri lying in shallow water just offshore, We can reasonably infer that post-glacial sea level rise and possibly some local tectonic subsidence put it underwater. When we find Port Royal's buildings buried in sediment, we recognize liquefaction. When we see Alexandria's palace district lying at variable depths, we understand that a combination of subsidence, earthquakes, and tsunamis over many centuries created the complex underwater landscape we see today. The science is clear. The processes are understood. We know why cities drown. We can measure subsidence rates, model sea level rise, assess seismic risks, predict erosion. We have the knowledge to understand what happened to these lost cities and, importantly, to predict what will happen to current coastal cities under various scenarios. But understanding how doesn't lessen the tragedy of what was lost. Knowing that Alexandria's palace sank due to a combination of tectonic subsidence and earthquake-induced displacement doesn't make the loss of Cleopatra's palace less profound. Understanding that Dunwich eroded due to wave action on soft sedimentary cliffs doesn't bring back its medieval churches and streets. Explaining Port Royal's destruction through the physics of liquefaction doesn't resurrect the 2,000 people who died in minutes. The science tells us how cities drown, but to understand what that means, what it meant to the people who lived there, what it means to us today, we need to move beyond mechanisms and consider the human story. We need to imagine what these cities were like when they were alive, before the waters came. Section 5 Cities Alive. It's easy to think of these drowned cities as archaeological sites, first and foremost collections of stones and artifacts, data points for academic study, mysteries to be solved. But before they were ruins, before they were underwater, before they were lost, they were homes. They were places where people woke up each morning and went about their lives, where children played in streets that are now covered by sand and water, where merchants haggled over prices, where lovers met, where old people sat in doorways watching the world go by, where ordinary and extraordinary moments of human existence unfolded day after day, year after year, generation after generation. To understand what was lost when these cities drowned, we need to see them as they were alive, functioning, filled with the noise and smell and movement of human civilization. We need to imagine them not as romantic ruins, but as real places where real people lived real lives. Start with Pavlopetri, that Bronze Age town lying in shallow water off the Greek coast. Travel back 5,000 years to around 3000 BCE, when Pavlopetri was young, when bronze was still a relatively new technology, when most of humanity still lived in small agricultural villages, when cities themselves were novelties, experiments in dense living that had only been tried for perhaps 1,000 years. Picture a morning in Pavlopetri. The sun rises over the Mediterranean, turning the sea from black to deep blue to the brilliant azure that still characterizes these waters. The town wakes gradually. Smoke begins to rise from cooking fires as families prepare the day's first meal, bread made from wheat or barley, perhaps some cheese from goats or sheep, olives, fish left over from yesterday's catch. The smell of burning olive wood and cooking food drifts through the narrow streets. The houses are simple but solid stone foundations, supporting walls made of mud brick or wattle and daub. Roofs probably thatched with reeds or covered with clay tiles. They're small by modern standards, maybe 30 to 50 square meters for a typical dwelling, with 1 or 2 rooms. but they're permanent structures built to last. Evidence that this isn't a temporary camp, but an established community with roots. Men head down to the beach where fishing boats are pulled up on the sand, small vessels, probably dugout canoes or simple wooden boats, capable of handling the local waters for fishing and short-distance coastal travel. Some boats will stay close to shore today, setting nets or diving for shellfish. Others might venture farther out, looking for larger fish, or might even head along the coast to a neighboring settlement to trade. Women and children have different work. Some women grind grain on stone querns, the rhythmic scraping sound marking their hours. Others work at looms, weaving wool from the community's sheep into cloth. Children old enough to work might be sent to tend goats or sheep in the scrubland above the town, or to fetch water from a well or spring, or to help with food preparation. Younger children play. We can imagine them running through the streets, playing with clay toys or figures, swimming in the shallow water of the bay on hot afternoons. The town has perhaps 200 to 500 residents, small by modern standards, but substantial for the Bronze Age. These people all know each other. They're an extended network of families, probably interrelated through generations of marriages and births. When someone gets married, or has a child, or dies, the whole community knows. When there's a dispute over property, over inheritance, over accusations of theft or adultery, the community adjudicates it together. But Pavlopetri isn't isolated. The presence of trade goods in the archeological record, pottery styles from Crete, obsidian from Melos and Island in the Cyclades, copper that probably came from Cyprus, indicates that this community was connected to broader Mediterranean networks. Ships stop here, bringing goods and news from other places. Perhaps once a month or once a season, a vessel arrives from Crete, carrying pottery and textiles and stories of the palaces being built there, the elaborate frescoes, the strange script they're developing to keep records. The people of Pavlopetri trade their own goods, olive oil, fish, perhaps purple dye made from murex shells, and in return receive exotic items, technologies, ideas. There's almost certainly a central gathering place, that square or agora that archaeologists have identified, where the community meets to make decisions, to trade, to celebrate festivals. Bronze Age Greek religion is still early in its development. Not yet the elaborate pantheon of classical Greece, but there are probably already sacred sites, offerings made to deities or spirits associated with the sea, with the fertility of fields and flocks, with the safety of the community. Life is hard by our standards. Infant mortality is high. Most children born won't live to adulthood. Diseases we consider minor can be fatal. Dental health is poor due to the coarse grain they eat, wearing down teeth. Few people live past 40 or 50, but it's not a life of constant suffering. There are good days and bad days, joy and sorrow, love and conflict, all the usual human experiences. When the fishing is good and the weather is fair, when there's a wedding or a festival, when ships arrive with trade goods and news from distant places, life in Pavlopetri is probably quite pleasant, a small community in a beautiful location, connected to the broader world, but not overwhelmed by it, living in rhythm with the seasons and the sea. And then, gradually or suddenly, we don't know which the sea takes it. Perhaps there's an earthquake that causes subsidence and the town floods. Perhaps sea levels are rising as the last ice age ends, and year by year the water gets higher, the flooding more frequent, until eventually the community admits defeat and abandons the town. However it happens, Pavlopetri empties. The residents take what they can carry: the bronze tools, the valuable textiles, the livestock, and leave behind what's too heavy or too difficult to move. And the sea moves in, covering the streets and buildings, preserving them in sand and water for 5 millennia. Now leap forward in time and across the Mediterranean to Alexandria, but not modern Alexandria, not even the underwater ruins we explored earlier. Alexandria at its peak in the 2nd and 3rd century BCE, during the height of Ptolemaic power, when it was arguably the greatest city in the world. This is a city of perhaps 500,000 people, staggering population for the ancient world, matched only by Rome and perhaps a few cities in China and India. This is no small Bronze Age town. This is a metropolis, a genuine city in the modern sense, with all the complexity and dynamism and problems that implies. The city stretches for miles along the coast, built on a grid plan with broad avenues running perpendicular to each other, creating regular rectangular blocks. The main boulevard, the Canopic Way, is over 30 meters wide and runs the length of the city, lined with columns and magnificent buildings. The streets are paved with stone. There are underground sewers. There's running water brought in by aqueduct. The level of urban infrastructure is remarkable, not matched again in Europe until the Renaissance. The harbour is the beating heart of the city. On any given day, hundreds of ships are moored there or anchored in the bay. Grain ships from across the Mediterranean, merchant vessels from India bringing spices and silk, Egyptian river boats bringing goods from Upper Egypt down the Nile, fishing boats, naval vessels, private yachts belonging to the wealthy. The docks are crowded with longshoremen loading and unloading cargo, with merchants examining goods, with sailors from a dozen different nations speaking a dozen different languages, with customs officials and tax collectors, with slaves and free workers, with hawkers selling food and drink to the labourers. The population is extraordinarily diverse. There are Greeks, the ruling class, descendants of the Macedonian conquerors who came with Alexander. There are Egyptians, the indigenous population, making up the majority of residents, working as farmers and craftsmen and labourers, but also as priests and scholars and officials. There are Jews. Alexandria has one of the largest Jewish communities outside Judea, concentrated in one district of the city, maintaining their own customs and religion. There are Romans, increasingly influential as Rome's power grows. There are traders and travellers from across the known world: Phoenicians, Syrians, Persians, Indians, Ethiopians. You can walk through Alexandria's markets and hear Greek, Egyptian, Hebrew, Aramaic, Latin, and half a dozen other languages. The palace quarter, where Cleopatra will eventually live centuries later, is already spectacular in this earlier period. The royal family lives in extraordinary luxury, marble-columned buildings with painted walls and mosaic floors, gardens with exotic plants and animals, private libraries, elaborate bath complexes. But the palace isn't isolated from the city. The Ptolemaic kings and queens participate in public life, appear at festivals and ceremonies, project their power through public works and building projects. And what building projects they are. The Pharos Lighthouse, completed around 280 BCE, stands over 100 meters tall, one of the tallest structures in the ancient world. It's not just functional, guiding ships safely into harbour, but also symbolic, a declaration of Alexandria's importance and sophistication. At night, its beacon is visible for miles out to sea, powered by a fire whose light is amplified by mirrors. Ships approaching Alexandria see the light and know they're reaching civilization, safety, opportunity. The Great Library, founded by the early Ptolemies, is the most important intellectual institution in the ancient world. It holds hundreds of thousands of scrolls, every text the librarians can acquire, copied or purchased, or sometimes simply seized from ships arriving in harbour. Scholars come from across the Mediterranean and beyond to study here. The library has lecture halls, study rooms, botanical gardens, a zoo for studying animals, astronomical instruments for studying the heavens. This is where Euclid works out the principles of geometry that still bear his name. This is where Archimedes studies and invents. This is where the circumference of the Earth is calculated with remarkable accuracy. This is where the Septuagint, the Greek translation of Hebrew scriptures, is created. Walk through Alexandria's streets in this period, and you'd see an almost unimaginable variety of human activity. In one district, Egyptian priests perform ancient rituals in temples decorated with hieroglyphs, maintaining religious traditions that go back millennia. In another district, Greek philosophers debate in colonnaded courtyards, arguing about metaphysics and ethics and the nature of reality. In the Jewish quarter, rabbis teach Torah and community elders settle disputes according to Mosaic law. In the commercial districts, merchants from across the world trade goods: Egyptian grain, Indian spices, African ivory, Greek wine, Asian silk, Phoenician purple dye. There are theatres where Greek dramas and comedies are performed. There are gymnasia where young men exercise and train. There are public baths where people socialize and conduct business. There are temples to Greek gods and Egyptian gods and syncretic deities that combine elements of both traditions. There are schools where children learn to read and write and calculate. There are workshops where craftsmen make pottery, jewelry, textiles, furniture, tools. There are taverns and brothels and gambling houses. There are government buildings where officials administer the complex bureaucracy that runs Egypt. And there are ordinary residential neighborhoods where most people live not in palaces or mansions, but in modest apartments or small houses, working as shopkeepers or craftsmen or laborers, trying to support families, paying taxes, dealing with the daily challenges of life in a large city. These are the people history forgets: the baker and the weaver and the dock worker and the vegetable seller, but they were the majority, and their lives and labour made the city function. Alexandria, at its peak, is loud, the constant noise of 500,000 people and their activities, the sound of construction and commerce and traffic, of animals and musical instruments and vendors calling out their wares. It smells not always pleasantly, given the limitations of ancient sanitation, but also the smells of cooking food, of incense from temples, of flowers in gardens of the sea. It's crowded, cosmopolitan, sophisticated, sometimes dangerous, always dynamic. And over the centuries, piece by piece, much of this magnificent city will end up underwater. Not all at once, but gradually, through earthquakes and subsidence and rising waters, until significant portions of the palace quarter and harbour district lie beneath the Mediterranean, their columns and statues standing in the green-blue water instead of the Egyptian sun. Travel to Heraklion, Egypt's premier port, before Alexandria was founded, during one of its great religious festivals. The entire city is decorated for the occasion. Thousands of pilgrims have arrived from across Egypt and the Mediterranean, coming to witness ceremonies at the great temple of Amun-Jereb, to make offerings, to seek blessings. The temple complex is magnificent, massive stone buildings, colossal statues of gods and pharaohs, courtyards capable of holding thousands of people. The ceremonies involve elaborate processions, priests in ritual garments carrying sacred objects, including the ceremonial boat that symbolically carries the god. Musicians play instruments, drums, lyres, flutes creating rhythmic accompaniment. The crowd of pilgrims watches, many crying out prayers or vows, others simply there to witness divine power made manifest through ritual. The city is packed beyond capacity. Every room available is rented to visitors. People sleep in courtyards, on rooftops, in boats moored in the harbour. Merchants set up temporary stalls, selling everything pilgrims might need: food and drink, offerings to present at the temple, souvenirs, protective amulets. Pickpockets and con artists work the crowds. Families keep close together in the press of bodies, parents holding children's hands tightly so they won't be lost. This is Heraklion at the height of its importance, religious centre, a commercial hub, a city where Egyptian and Greek cultures mix and merge, creating something unique. The inscriptions found underwater are written in both hieroglyphics and Greek script. The statuary includes both Egyptian-style colossal figures and more naturalistic Hellenistic work. This is a cosmopolitan city, a cultural crossroads, centuries before it sinks beneath the waves. And finally, Port Royal in Jamaica, June 7, 1692, the morning before the earthquake. The city is already awake because this is a port town and port towns rise early. Ships are being loaded and unloaded at the docks, sugar and rum being prepared for voyage to England, manufactured goods from Europe being brought ashore for sale in Jamaica and transshipment to Spanish colonies. Pirates or privateers, the distinction is sometimes blurry, are spending their plunder in taverns and brothels. Merchants are opening shops. Slaves are doing the heavy labour that keeps the city functioning. Port Royal has a reputation, the wickedest city on earth, according to its critics, a place of vice and violence and easy money. That reputation is probably partly deserved and partly exaggerated, but it reflects something real. This is a frontier town, a boom town, a place where fortunes can be made quickly and lost just as fast, where social hierarchies are more fluid than in established cities, where all sorts of people from all sorts of backgrounds mix together in ways that wouldn't happen in more stratified societies. There's tremendous wealth hirigeled and silver taken from Spanish ships, profits from the lucrative sugar trade, money from legitimate commerce, and illegitimate plunder. Some of that wealth is invested in impressive buildings, brick structures 3 or 4 stories tall, quite unusual for the Caribbean at that time. There's a church, government buildings, warehouses, wealthy merchants' homes. But there's also squalor, overcrowded tenements, poor sanitation, disease. On this particular morning, no one knows that in a few hours, most of the city will be underwater and thousands will be dead. Breakfast is being eaten. Business is being conducted. Plans are being made for the afternoon, for tomorrow, for next week, for next year. Life is happening, ordinary and extraordinary, mundane and dramatic, just like every other day in Port Royal's brief, intense existence. And then, at 11:43 am, the earthquake strikes. And everything, all the planning, all the dreams, all the ordinary daily life simply stops. These cities, Pavlopetri, Alexandria, Heracleon, Port Royal, and all the others we've explored were not just archaeological sites waiting to happen. They were living places full of living people who loved and hated and hoped and feared and dreamed and suffered and celebrated. They had names we'll never know. They had stories that are lost forever. They had individual personalities and quirks and talents and flaws. They were as real as we are, as complex as human. When we see their ruins underwater, when we look at artifacts in museums, when we read archaeological reports, it's easy to forget that. It's easy to think of them as historical abstractions, as data points in the rise and fall of civilizations, as examples of geological or archaeological processes. But they were people, and when these cities drowned, whether suddenly or gradually, whether by earthquake or erosion or rising waters, what was lost wasn't just buildings and artifacts. What was lost was lives, the accumulated experience of generations, the knowledge and wisdom and culture that had developed over centuries, the connections and relationships that bound communities together, the sense of place and home that made these cities more than just collections of buildings. The archaeological remains tell us a lot about technology, about trade networks, about religious practices, about urban planning. But they can't tell us everything. They can't tell us what it felt like to live in these places, what jokes people told, what songs they sang, what fears kept them awake at night, what hopes got them through hard times. Those things are lost with the cities, disappeared beneath the waves along with the streets and buildings. And then, in moments or centuries, the water came. Section 6, The Catastrophes, Port Royal, Jamaica, June 7, 1692, 11:43 am. The morning has been ordinary business as usual in the bustling port city, ships being loaded, merchants conducting transactions, families going about their daily routines. The weather is typical for early June in the Caribbean, hot, humid, a few clouds in the sky, but nothing suggesting danger. In homes and shops and taverns across the city, people are thinking about lunch, about the afternoon's work, about evening plans. At 11:43, the ground begins to shake. At first it's subtle vibration, a tremor, the kind of thing that makes people pause and look around uncertainly. But within seconds it intensifies. The shaking becomes violent. Buildings sway. People stumble, fall, grab onto whatever they can reach for support. The sound is overwhelming, not just the earthquake itself, but the collective noise of a city coming apart, timbers cracking, walls collapsing, glass shattering, people screaming, dogs barking, church bells ringing wildly as their towers sway. The earthquake lasts between 2 and 3 minutes. In geological terms, that's a long earthquake. In human terms, it's an eternity. 2 minutes of violent shaking of the ground, the solid, dependable ground behaving like liquid, rolling in waves, opening in fissures, and Port Royal, built on a sand spit, experiences something particularly catastrophic: liquefaction. The sandy soil, saturated with seawater, begins to behave like quicksand. Buildings don't just fall, they sink. Entire structures tilt at crazy angles and slide into the ground. Streets drop several feet. The northern section of the city, where the soil is particularly unstable, simply slides into the harbour. Eyewitness accounts, recorded by survivors in the days and weeks following the disaster, paint a horrifying picture. The Reverend Emmanuel Hith wrote that the earth opened and swallowed up people, and they rose in the same aperture with water, and others in another place. And in the meantime, houses, walls, and all that upon the surface of the earth was sinking into a liquid substance. People were trapped in collapsing buildings. Others were swallowed by opening ground, and then either crushed when it closed or drowned when water rushed into the gaps. Some were sucked down into the liquefying sand up to their necks, trapped, unable to escape. And then came the tsunami. The earthquake generated waves that swept over what remained of the city, carrying away debris, bodies, survivors clinging to wreckage. When the water retreated, it pulled more destruction back out to sea. When the shaking finally stopped and the water calmed, roughly 2/3 of Port Royal was simply gone underwater, either permanently submerged or so damaged and flooded as to be uninhabitable. Contemporary sources estimated about 2,000 immediate deaths, but the true toll was certainly higher. Many bodies were never recovered, swept out to sea, or buried in the liquefied sand. And in the days and weeks following, disease swept through the traumatized survivors, killing an estimated 3,000 more people. The survivors abandoned Port Royal. There was talk of rebuilding, but the city never recovered its former importance. The capital was moved to Kingston across the harbour. Port Royal became a shadow of itself, a small settlement living literally in the ruins of what had been the Caribbean's most important English port, and underwater, preserved in the sand that had swallowed it, the original city remained a snapshot of 1692, frozen in the moment of its destruction. Port Royal represents the nightmare scenario: sudden, catastrophic destruction with almost no warning, a thriving city turned into ruins and corpses in less time than it takes to drink a cup of coffee. But not all catastrophes are sudden. Some cities die slowly, watching their destruction approach over years, decades, centuries. Alexandria experienced both kinds of disaster. The Great Earthquake of July 21, 365 CE, struck in the early morning. The epicenter was off the coast of Crete, approximately 400 kilometers from Alexandria, but the effects were felt across the entire eastern Mediterranean. This was a massive earthquake, magnitude 8.0 or higher, powerful enough to permanently raise sections of western Crete by as much as 9 meters, evidence still visible today in the form of ancient shorelines now high above sea level. In Alexandria, the shaking was severe. Buildings collapsed, including parts of the famous lighthouse that would not be fully repaired. But the earthquake itself, devastating as it was, proved to be just the first blow. What came next was worse. The tsunami arrived perhaps 30 minutes to an hour after the initial shaking, time enough for survivors to emerge from collapsed buildings, to begin searching for family members, to start comprehending the scale of the disaster. And then someone would have looked out to sea and seen the water receding, pulling back from the shore, exposing the harbour floor, leaving ships sitting on mud. Those familiar with the ocean might have known what that meant and started running inland, screaming warnings. Others might have watched with curiosity as the sea retreated farther than they'd ever seen. And then the wave came. Ancient historian Ammianus Marcellinus, writing shortly after the event, described it the sea was driven back and withdrew from the land, so that in the abyss of the deep thus revealed men saw many kinds of sea creatures stuck in the slime, and vast mountains and deep valleys, which nature, the creator, had hidden in the depths, then, as one must believe, first saw the beams of the sun. Hence many ships were stranded as if on dry land, and since many men roamed about without fear in the little that remained of the waters, to gather fish and similar things with their hands, the roaring sea, resentful, as it were, of this forced retreat, rose in its turn, and over the boiling shoals it dashed mightily upon islands and broad stretches of the mainland, and levelled innumerable buildings in the cities, and wherever else they were found, so that amid the mad discord of the elements, the altered face of the earth revealed marvellous sights. He continues for the great mass of waters, returning when it was least expected, killed many thousands of men by drowning, and by the swift recoil of the eddying tides a number of ships, after the swelling of the wet element subsided, were seen to have foundered, and the lifeless bodies of shipwrecked persons lay floating on their backs or on their faces. The tsunami swept across Alexandria, flooding large areas of the city, destroying buildings, drowning thousands. Ships were carried inland and then left stranded when the water retreated. The harbour district suffered catastrophic damage, and crucially, sections of the coast dropped permanently either during the initial earthquake or in aftershocks over the following days. Areas that had been dry land were now below sea level. The palace district, already vulnerable due to its location on the edge of the peninsula, was particularly hard hit, but Alexandria didn't drown in 365 C. It survived, diminished but still functional, still important. The city continued for centuries after the earthquake, through the Roman period into the Byzantine, and eventually the Arab conquest in 641 C. The sinking was gradual, a combination of that earthquake-induced subsidence, continuing slow tectonic lowering of the Nile Delta, and rising sea levels. Each century, the ancient shoreline sat a little lower relative to sea level. Each earthquake, and there were many over the centuries, dropped it a bit more. Eventually, inevitably, the palace district and parts of the ancient harbour simply weren't above water anymore. This kind of slow-motion catastrophe presents its own psychological challenges. When your city is sinking gradually, when flooding becomes more frequent over decades, when each generation sees the water a bit higher than their grandparents knew, when do you admit defeat? When do you abandon a place that has been home for centuries? Heraclian faced this same slow drowning. The city didn't experience a single catastrophic earthquake that destroyed it in minutes. Instead, it experienced the cumulative effect of multiple factors over many centuries: the Nile Delta subsiding under the weight of sediment, periodic earthquakes that each dropped the coast a little lower, rising sea levels, probably some liquefaction events during earthquakes that caused buildings to tilt or sink. Archeological evidence suggests that Heraclean's residents adapted as long as they could, rebuilding after earthquakes, constructing on higher ground, probably building dikes or seawalls to protect the most important buildings. But there are limits to adaptation. Eventually the flooding is too frequent, the rebuilding too expensive, the strategic value too diminished, because the harbour has silted up or is too difficult to access. Eventually people make the rational decision to leave, to move to higher ground, to abandon the city to the sea. Heraclian's final abandonment probably occurred in the 8th century CE, a gradual process rather than a single date. The last residents would have taken what they could carry, left behind what was too heavy, the massive temple stones, the colossal statues, the stone anchors and harbour works, and moved to Alexandria or other cities, and the sea, which had been encroaching for centuries, finally claimed everything. Dunwich, on England's North Sea coast, experienced its own version of slow catastrophe, in this case, coastal erosion rather than subsidence. Medieval chronicles record the process with a kind of grim inevitability. In 1286, a great storm damaged the harbour and destroyed 300 houses. In 1328, another storm further damaged the harbour and claimed more buildings. Throughout the 14th, 15th, and 16th centuries, the chronicles note churches falling into the sea one by one. The erosion wasn't constant or predictable. Years might pass with minimal loss, and then a single winter storm would destroy dozens of buildings and claim dozens of meters of coastline. Residents would watch cracks appear in the ground behind their houses, would see the cliff edge creeping closer year by year, would eventually abandon their homes and watch as they tilted and collapsed into the North Sea. By the 18th century, travellers visiting Dunwich reported that at low tide, you could still see the ruins of fallen churches offshore, their stones visible through the shallow water. Local legends said that, on stormy nights, you could hear the drowned church bells ringing underwater, almost certainly an acoustic phenomenon, the sound of waves and wind and shifting rubble creating patterns the ear interprets as bells, but the legend captures something true about the psychological impact of watching your city slowly consumed by the sea. The contrast between sudden and gradual catastrophe raises interesting questions about which is worse from a human perspective. Port Royal's residents had no warning, no time to prepare, no opportunity to save possessions or say goodbye. 2,000 people died in minutes, and the survivors were left traumatized, many with nothing but the clothes they wore. But the catastrophe was over quickly. There was no years-long agony of watching destruction approach, no agonizing decisions about when to leave, no generations-long process of adaptation and retreat. Alexandria's and Heraclian's residents experienced something different, the slow realization that their city was doomed, that the sea was winning, that everything they'd built and known was going to be lost eventually. They had time to move possessions, to relocate to new cities, to avoid death by drowning. But they also had to live with the knowledge of coming loss, had to make repeated decisions about whether to stay or go, had to watch familiar landmarks disappear one by one. Archeological evidence from these sites bears witness to catastrophe. At Port Royal, excavations have found human remains in positions suggesting they died trying to escape, running toward doors, sheltering under tables, caught in the moment of disaster. Personal possessions are scattered where they fell. Pocket watches stopped at the same time, marking the moment the earthquake hit. There's a randomness to the distribution of artifacts because there was no orderly abandonment, no time to sort through possessions and decide what to take. At sites that drowned gradually, the archaeological picture is different. Valuable, portable items are mostly gone. Residents took them when they left, What remains is what was too heavy or too difficult to move: architecture, stone statues, harbour works, pottery, and other items of modest value. The abandonment was orderly, planned, but that doesn't make it less tragic. It just means the tragedy played out over years rather than minutes. The human cost of these catastrophes is difficult to fully comprehend. The immediate death tolls 2,000 in Port Royal, probably thousands in Alexandria during the 365 CE earthquake and tsunami. Unknown numbers in other disasters represent only part of the story. There are also the injured, the traumatized, the people who lost family members or friends, the survivors who lived with the psychological scars of catastrophe for the rest of their lives. And there are the less tangible losses. When Alexandria's palace district sank, it didn't just take buildings. It took the accumulated cultural artifacts housed in those buildings' art. Manuscripts, religious objects, personal treasures. When the Great Library burned in a separate disaster, probably in the 3rd century CE, it destroyed hundreds of thousands of scrolls, works that represented the accumulated knowledge of the ancient world, texts that are lost forever, because that was the only copy. When Port Royal sank, it took not just buildings and lives, but also the unique culture that had developed there, the mixing of pirates and merchants and slaves and free people, the frontier atmosphere, the particular character of the place. Every drowned city represents a similar loss, not just material things, but intangible cultural elements, communities, ways of life, knowledge, stories, memories. These losses are impossible to quantify because we often don't know what was lost. We can't catalogue artifacts that are buried under sediment or scattered across the seafloor. We can't read manuscripts that dissolved in seawater. We can't hear stories that died with the people who knew them. Modern archaeology does its best to recover what it can, to piece together these stories from the fragments that remain. Each artifact brought up from underwater, each structure mapped, each inscription deciphered adds to our understanding. But it's always partial, always incomplete. The water preserved what it destroyed, yes, but it didn't preserve everything. And what it did preserve is often damaged, fragmentary, difficult to interpret. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of these catastrophes is their unpredictability from the perspective of those who lived through them. The residents of Port Royal on the morning of June 7, 1692, had no idea they were hours away from disaster. The people of Alexandria in July 365 CE woke up that morning planning their day, not knowing the earth would shake and the sea would rise. Even in cases of gradual catastrophe, the timing was uncertain. Dunwich residents knew their city was eroding, but they didn't know which winter storm would claim which building, when the final collapse would come. This uncertainty is part of what makes coastal living perpetually risky. We know earthquakes happen in certain regions, but we can't predict when the next big one will strike. We know sea levels are rising, but the rate is uneven and the effects vary by location. We know storms erode coastlines, but we can't predict which storm will be catastrophic. We build cities on coasts anyway because coasts are valuable, and we hope that disaster won't strike in our lifetime, that our city will be the exception, that somehow we'll be lucky. Sometimes we are lucky. Many coastal cities survive for centuries without catastrophic events. But the archaeological record is clear eventually, on timescales of centuries to millennia. The odds catch up. The earthquake hits. The tsunami comes. The water rises. The coast erodes. And the city that seemed permanent, that felt like home, that represented the accumulated labor of generations, drowns. The water preserved what it destroyed, and that preservation has revealed secrets about how these disasters unfolded, how people responded, what was lost, and what remains. But understanding the catastrophe doesn't undo it. The cities are still underwater. The people are still dead. The loss is still real, still profound, still a warning about the impermanence of even our greatest achievements. Section 7 Underwater Archaeology. The water that destroyed these cities also saved them. This is the great paradox of underwater archaeological sites, the catastrophe that ended these places as living cities, simultaneously preserved them in ways that land sites can only dream of achieving. When a city drowns, when it sinks beneath salt water and is covered by sediment, it enters a kind of time capsule, protected from many of the forces that gradually erase human history from the landscape. Consider what happens to a typical land site over centuries. Exposed to air, organic materials decay rapidly, wood rots, textiles disintegrate, leather crumbles, paper dissolves in rain, even stone weathers, surfaces erode, carved details soften, structures gradually collapse, metal corrodes, paint fades in sunlight. And then there are human interventions, later occupants building on top of earlier structures, scavenging stones for new construction, deliberately destroying monuments of previous cultures, looting artifacts, inadvertently damaging sites through agriculture or urban development. The result is that most ancient land sites survive as fragments, foundations, and lower walls at best, with everything else gone. We rarely find complete buildings, and we almost never find the organic materials that made up so much of daily life. The wooden furniture, the textiles, the leather sandals, the papyrus documents, the food remains, all the perishable things that tell us how people actually lived are simply gone, returned to dust. Underwater sites are different. Submerged in seawater, sealed under layers of sediment, protected from oxygen and light and temperature fluctuations, these sites can preserve materials that would disappear in years or decades on land. Wood survives not just fragments, but entire ship hulls, wooden building elements, furniture. Textiles can survive if conditions are right. Leather remains workable. Ropes and nets endure. Even organic remains like seeds, food scraps, and in some cases human tissue can be preserved in ways impossible on land. Port Royal provides dramatic examples of this preservation. When archaeologists began excavating the site in the 1960s, they found not just stone foundations and pottery shards, the usual stuff of archaeology, but an extraordinary array of organic materials. Wooden buildings were still partially standing, or at least identifiable as structures, with joists and beams and floorboards intact. They found leather goods, shoes, belts, scabbards, book bindings. They found textiles, clothing, sacks, rope. They found food remains that could be analyzed to understand diet. They found organic materials in ships' tackle and rigging. They even found a pocket watch with its leather strap still attached, stopped at 1143, marking the moment of the earthquake. At Heraklion, wooden ships survived for over a millennium underwater, not just scattered timbers, but identifiable vessel remains, some with cargo still inside. The ship construction could be studied in detail, revealing ancient Egyptian shipbuilding techniques. Organic materials like rope and fabric were found in contexts where they would never survive on land, and crucially, inscriptions on stone hieroglyphs and Greek text were often more legible than equivalent inscriptions on land sites because they hadn't been subjected to centuries of weathering and erosion. Even human remains can be better preserved underwater. At Atlit Yam, the Neolithic site off Israel's coast, archaeologists found skeletons still articulated in the positions where the individuals died or were buried. Bones often survive on land, of course, but the completeness and preservation quality at Atlit Yam was exceptional. More remarkably, researchers were able to extract and analyze ancient DNA from these remains' genetic information preserved in bones that had been underwater for 9,000 years. The DNA revealed information about the population's origins, their relationships to other ancient peoples, even specific diseases they suffered from. One skeleton showed evidence of tuberculosis, possibly the earliest known case of this disease in humans. The underwater environment also protects sites from looting and casual destruction. You can't accidentally plow through an underwater site with a tractor. You can't quarry it for building stone without specialized equipment. Casual looters can't simply walk onto the site with a shovel. While underwater sites aren't immune to looting, divers with bad intentions can and do remove artifacts illegally. They're inherently more protected than land sites simply by virtue of being difficult to access. But this protection comes with significant costs. The same water that preserves these sites also makes them incredibly challenging to study. Start with the most basic challenge: humans can't breathe underwater. Every minute archaeologists spend on these sites requires specialized equipment, scuba gear at minimum, and for deeper sites, more complex breathing systems, dry suits for cold water, various technical diving equipment. And there are hard time limits. Even with scuba gear, divers can only stay at depth for a limited time before they risk decompression sickness. For sites at 40 meters depth, bottom time might be limited to 20 or 30 minutes before a diver must begin ascending. Work that could be done in hours on a land site might take days or weeks underwater. Because of these time constraints, visibility is often poor. Even in the clearest tropical waters, visibility might be 30 to 40 meters on a perfect day. In the Mediterranean, 10 to 20 meters is more typical. In many sites, particularly harbors and river mouths, where sediment is constantly being deposited, visibility might be just a few meters or even less than a meter. Try to imagine doing precise archaeological work when you can only see a meter or two in front of you, when any movement kicks up sediment that further reduces visibility, when your work area is illuminated by artificial lights that create confusing shadows. Currents complicate everything. Strong currents make it physically difficult to work, requiring constant effort just to stay in position. They also move sediment, potentially burying or exposing features between survey sessions, making it difficult to maintain a consistent excavation strategy. And they can be dangerous. Archaeologists working in tidal areas must carefully time their dives to avoid being swept away. The equipment requirements are substantial. Beyond basic diving gear, underwater archaeology requires specialized tools, underwater cameras, and video equipment, measuring devices that work in water, excavation tools that function underwater, lifting bags to raise heavy artifacts, recording systems for documenting in situ positions, conservation materials to protect artifacts the moment they're recovered. Everything must be waterproof, must function despite water pressure, must be manageable while wearing diving gloves and trying to maintain neutral buoyancy. And then there's the conservation challenge. Artifacts that have been underwater for centuries have reached a kind of equilibrium with their environment. The wood has absorbed water, the metal has formed protective corrosion layers, the stone has developed biological growth. When these artifacts are suddenly exposed to air, brought to the surface, that equilibrium is disrupted. Wood can shrink and crack as it dries. Metal can rapidly corrode once exposed to air. Delicate objects can simply fall apart. Proper conservation requires specialized facilities, trained conservators, and often years of treatment. A wooden artifact recovered from seawater might need to be soaked in tanks of polyethylene glycol for months or years to replace the water in the wood cells with a material that will support the structure as it dries. Despite all these challenges, underwater archaeology has developed sophisticated techniques and technologies that have transformed what's possible. Photogrammetry has been revolutionary. This technique involves taking hundreds or thousands of overlapping photographs of a site from different angles, then using computer software to stitch them together into a detailed three-dimensional model. The resulting models can be incredibly precise, accurate to within centimeters, showing every detail of the site's topography and features. Archaeologists can then study the models on land, taking measurements, identifying features, planning excavations, all without spending precious bottom time underwater. At Pavlopetri, extensive photogrammetric surveys have created detailed third maps of the entire Bronze Age town, allowing researchers to study the urban layout, identify individual buildings, trace streets, all from the comfort of a dry laboratory. Side-scan sonar and multi-beam sonar can map large areas of seafloor quickly, revealing structures that are buried under sediment or simply too extensive to see from any single diving position. These technologies use sound waves to create images of the seafloor, identifying anything that rises above the surrounding terrain or has a different acoustic signature. Sonar surveys at Heraklion revealed the extent of the ancient city, far beyond what was visible to divers, showing that the site covered several square kilometers of seafloor. Subsequent diving could then be targeted at the specific features identified by sonar. Remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, and autonomous underwater vehicles, OVs, allow exploration of sites too deep or dangerous for human divers. These robots, equipped with cameras and sensors, can spend hours at depths that would be impossible for humans, capturing video and data that inform archeological understanding. While ROVs can't perform delicate excavation work, they excel at reconnaissance, at documenting sites, at allowing archaeologists to see what's down there before committing to the expense and risk of human diving. Sub-bottom profiling uses sound waves that can penetrate sediment, revealing buried structures and features without excavation. This is particularly valuable in harbour areas where centuries of sediment deposition have buried ancient structures under meters of mud and sand. Archaeologists can identify promising areas for excavation without having to blindly dig through sediment. The actual diving work has also been refined through decades of experience, Underwater archaeologists use many of the same principles as land archaeologists: careful documentation, systematic excavation, precise recording of artifact positions, stratigraphic analysis, but adapted for the underwater environment. Excavation might be done using water dredges, basically underwater vacuum cleaners that remove sediment while allowing archaeologists to catch any small artifacts in filter bags. Documentation is done with underwater slates, cameras, and video. Site grids are established using weighted lines and measuring tapes. Artifacts are carefully tagged with waterproof labels before being placed in crates or bags for transport to the surface. One archaeologist who has pushed the boundaries of underwater archaeology is Frank Goddio, whose work we've already encountered at Alexandria and Heracleion. Goddio isn't an academic archaeologist by training. He started as an economist and statistician who became fascinated by underwater archaeology, but his work has been instrumental in revealing these lost Egyptian cities. Goddio's approach combines traditional archaeological methods with cutting-edge technology and substantial financial resources. His surveys use the full range of available tools, magnetometers, to detect metal objects, side-scan sonar to map the seafloor, sub-bottom profilers to reveal buried structures, GPPS positioning to create precise maps. His diving teams include trained archaeologists, technical divers, conservators, and documentation specialists. The artifacts recovered: massive statues, temple elements, ship remains. Countless smaller objects undergo immediate conservation treatment. The scale of Goddio's projects is remarkable. At Heracleion alone, his team has mapped several square kilometers of seafloor, identified and documented dozens of major structures, recovered hundreds of artifacts, and created a detailed picture of an entire city that had been completely forgotten. His work at Alexandria has similarly revealed extensive remains of the ancient royal quarter, transforming our understanding of the city's layout and history. The international team working at Pavlopetri, led by various British and Greek archaeologists over the decades, has taken a different approach. Rather than focusing on artifact recovery, they've prioritized non-invasive documentation. Their extensive photogrammetric surveys have created detailed 3D models of the entire visible town. They've carefully mapped every structure, every street, every feature. They've used chronological analysis of pottery visible on the surface to date different areas of the site, and they've argued for leaving most artifacts in place under the philosophy that the site is safest underwater, where it's been preserved for 5,000 years, and that modern documentation technologies allow study without the risks associated with recovery and conservation. This raises important ethical questions that underwater archaeology continues to grapple with. Should artifacts be recovered or left in situ? Recovery allows detailed study, museum display, sharing with the public, but it requires expensive conservation, creates storage requirements, and removes objects from their archaeological context. Leaving artifacts underwater preserves that context, protects them from the trauma of recovery and conservation, and maintains the site as an integrated whole, but it means fewer people can see them, and they remain vulnerable to looting, natural disasters, or environmental changes. There's no universally accepted answer. Different sites, different archaeologists, different cultural contexts produce different conclusions. Some sites, like Port Royal, have had extensive artifact recovery because the remains are in relatively shallow water in an active harbour, vulnerable to damage from modern activity. Other sites, like much of Pavlopitri, are being documented and monitored, but largely left undisturbed. Still other sites exist in a kind of limbo known, but not fully studied, protected legally, but not actively monitored, waiting for funding and resources to enable proper investigation. What's clear is that underwater archaeology has matured into a sophisticated discipline. The days of treasure hunters hauling up artifacts with little regard for archaeological context are mostly over, replaced by systematic, scientific investigation that treats underwater sites with the same rigor as important land sites. Major universities offer specialized training in underwater archaeology. International conventions like the UNESCO Convention on the Protection of the Underwater Cultural Heritage 2001 establish legal frameworks for protecting these sites. Professional organizations set ethical standards, and the work continues to reveal surprises. Recent surveys have identified new underwater sites off the coast of Greece, in the Black Sea, in the Caribbean, in the Pacific. New technologies promise even better capabilities, advanced sonar, improved underwater robotics, better conservation techniques, environmental DNA analysis that can reveal information about ancient ecosystems. Each season brings new discoveries from known sites, a new statue at Heraklion, a previously unknown structure at Alexandria, additional buildings at Pavlopitri. The human element of underwater archaeology deserves recognition as well. The archaeologists who do this work are not just scientists but athletes, technical divers who spend years honing the skills needed to work safely in an environment that is fundamentally hostile to human life. They must be comfortable at depth, able to manage complex equipment while performing delicate work, capable of maintaining focus and precision despite cold, poor visibility and time pressure. They must understand both archaeology and diving, two separate skill sets that take years to master individually. The dive teams often include specialists archaeological divers who conduct excavation and documentation, technical divers who handle heavy lifting and equipment management, underwater photographers and videographers who create visual records, conservation specialists who provide immediate stabilization of recovered artifacts, marine biologists who can identify and catalogue biological growth that may provide dating evidence or environmental information, and even historians and epigraphers who can read inscriptions underwater and provide immediate interpretation of finds. Training for this work is rigorous. It's not enough to be a good archaeologist or a good diver. You must be both. And you must be comfortable combining those skills in challenging conditions. Many underwater archaeologists begin as land archaeologists who learn technical diving, or as recreational divers who pursue archaeological training. Either way, the combination requires years of development. You must understand stratigraphy and typology, excavation techniques, and artifact conservation, while also managing buoyancy and gas mixtures, navigation and decompression, all in an environment where a mistake can be fatal. The physical demands are substantial. Diving in cold water, while wearing heavy equipment, working against currents, spending hours in the water across multiple dives per day, this requires significant fitness and endurance. The cognitive demands are equally high, maintaining spatial awareness in 3 dimensions. keeping track of complex dive plans and gas consumption, making archaeological decisions in real time, all while managing the mild nitrogen narcosis that affects judgment at depth. Yet despite these challenges, or perhaps because of them, underwater archaeology attracts passionate, dedicated practitioners. There's something about swimming through streets where ancient peoples once walked, about being the first person in millennia to see a particular artifact, about working in that blue-green silence broken only by the sound of your own breathing. That creates a unique connection to the past. Land archaeologists might excavate foundation trenches and imagine the buildings that once stood there. Underwater archaeologists swim through those buildings themselves, see columns still standing, touch walls that still separate rooms, experience the architecture directly if imperfectly. This direct experience creates insights that might not emerge from studying reports or photographs. You understand the spatial relationships differently when you can move through them. You notice details of construction that might be missed in photos. You develop an intuitive sense of how the site formed, how it was used, how it ultimately came to be underwater. The experiential knowledge gained from repeated diving on a site becomes itself a form of archaeological data, complementing the formal measurements and documentation. The water preserved what it destroyed, and now, with patience and technology and careful work, and with the dedication of highly trained specialists willing to work in one of the most challenging environments on Earth, we're slowly recovering those preserved stories, bringing them back to light, or at least into our understanding, one artifact, one structure, one site at a time. Each dive reveals not just artifacts, but insights into engineering that shouldn't exist. Section 8, the engineering mystery, when archaeologists began exploring Heracleon's temple complex underwater. They encountered a problem that transcended simple documentation or artifact recovery. They found massive stone blocks, temple elements, foundation pieces, architectural components that individually weighed 40 tons or more. Some exceeded 60 tons. These weren't small stones that had somehow been magnified in reporting or estimation. These were genuinely massive pieces of granite and limestone, precisely cut and shaped, that had been transported from quarries potentially hundreds of kilometers away, then lifted and positioned with extraordinary accuracy to create temple structures. 40 tons is roughly equivalent to the weight of 8 elephants, or 25 cars, or a fully loaded semi-truck. Now imagine moving that weight without internal combustion engines, without hydraulic lifts, without steel cables, without any of the machinery that makes modern construction possible. Imagine moving it not just a short distance, but potentially hundreds of kilometers, from quarry to Nile to boat to building site. Imagine not just moving it, but lifting it into place with precision, creating walls and columns and structures that fit together perfectly, that were designed to stand for centuries, that had to support tremendous weight from the stones above them. How? How did ancient Egyptian and Greek engineers accomplish this? The conventional explanation invokes ramps and levers and massive amounts of human labor. And certainly, ancient peoples had labor, plenty of it. The pharaohs could command thousands of workers for major building projects. The Ptolemaic rulers who built Heracleon had access to Egypt's population and resources. In theory, enough people pulling on enough ropes, using enough wooden rollers, and enough patience could move stones of almost any size, but theory and practice are different things. The practical challenges of moving a 40-ton stone are immense. The rope has to be strong enough, and ancient rope, made from plant fibers, has definite load limits. The rollers have to be hard enough not to be crushed. The ground has to be firm enough not to sink under the weight. The angles and leverage have to be precisely calculated. Too steep, and the stone won't budge. Too shallow, and you can't generate enough force. And this has to work not just on flat ground, but loading stones onto boats, transporting them, unloading them, moving them through the construction site, lifting them into position, potentially high off the ground. Some experimental archaeology has been attempted. Researchers have successfully moved multi-ton stones using ancient techniques, wooden sledges, ropes, teams of people pulling in coordination. But these experiments typically involve stones of a few tons, perhaps up to 10 tons in the most ambitious attempts. The jump from 10 tons to 40 or 60 tons isn't just quantitative, it's qualitative. The engineering challenges multiply exponentially. The margin for error shrinks. The risk of catastrophic failure increases. And yet at Heracleion, these massive stones weren't just moved, they were moved and placed with precision. The temple wasn't a rough assemblage of stones. It was an architectural achievement with columns aligned, blocks fitted together properly, structures that stood for centuries before the city sank. This required not just brute force, but sophisticated engineering knowledge, understanding of loads and stresses, knowledge of materials and their properties, ability to survey and measure accurately, complex project management coordinating potentially thousands of workers. The underwater preservation actually helps us appreciate the engineering more clearly. On land sites, centuries of weathering and human interference often obscure the original construction details. Underwater, protected from weathering, the precision remains visible. You can see how tightly stones fit together. You can observe the tool marks showing how stones were shaped. You can identify the lifting techniques by looking at holes or notches where ropes or levers were attached. The evidence of sophisticated engineering is right there, visible to anyone who dives the site. Alexandria's harbour works present similar puzzles. The ancient city had extensive maritime infrastructure breakwaters to protect the harbour from storms, jetties extending into deep water for large ships to dock, quays for loading and unloading cargo, foundations for the Pharos lighthouse. Much of this infrastructure still exists underwater, and much of it is still recognizable as purposeful construction rather than just rubble. Breakwaters are particularly impressive. These are long linear structures, essentially walls built in the water, designed to absorb wave energy and create calm water behind them where ships can safely anchor. Building an effective breakwater requires understanding wave dynamics, knowing how deep the foundation needs to be, calculating what materials will withstand constant wave action, figuring out how to build in water, often deep water, where workers can't simply stand on the bottom. The ancient Alexandrian breakwaters were constructed from massive stone blocks placed in water that, in some locations, was over 10 meters deep. The blocks had to be heavy enough not to be moved by storms, but small enough to be manageable. They had to be shaped to interlock or at least stack stably. They had to be positioned accurately to create a structure that was straight and solid. And somehow, ancient engineers accomplished this, creating breakwaters that protected Alexandria's harbour for centuries. Some sections of these breakwaters are still intact today, 2,000 years after construction, despite having been underwater for much of that time, despite having been subjected to countless storms, despite tides and currents, and the general destructive power of the ocean. When modern engineers examine these structures, they find construction principles that remain sound: careful placement of foundation stones, use of different sized blocks to create stability, understanding of how water flows around obstacles. Compare this to modern breakwaters, which require extensive engineering analysis, heavy machinery, concrete and steel, careful construction schedules, and still frequently need repair or replacement after decades of use. The ancient Alexandrian breakwaters have lasted millennia. Pavlopetri, despite being much older than Alexandria or Heracleion, shows equally sophisticated urban planning. The Bronze Age town wasn't just a random collection of buildings that happened to cluster together. It was planned. The streets form a rough grid. The buildings are rectangular and aligned with the streets. There are clear distinctions between what appear to be residential areas, public spaces, and possibly areas for craft production or storage. This implies a level of social organization and technical knowledge that's easy to underestimate. Urban planning requires surveying skills, being able to measure distances and angles accurately, to lay out straight lines over hundreds of meters, to create rectangles that are actually rectangular. It requires agreement among the community about where buildings can be located, how big they can be, how they must be oriented. It requires construction skills, building walls that are straight and vertical, creating roofs that don't collapse, making doors and windows that function properly. And according to some interpretations of the site, Pavlopetri had drainage systems, not just natural water runoff, but deliberately constructed channels to move water where the community wanted it to go. This implies understanding of gravity, of water flow, of slopes and grades. It implies the ability to dig channels at precise depths and angles. It implies, in short, civil engineering 5,000 years ago in a Bronze Age settlement. The structures at Dwarka, off India's coast, present their own mysteries. While the site is controversial, and not all researchers agree on dating, or even whether all the structures are human-made, there are definitely stone structures underwater that show signs of deliberate arrangement. Walls constructed from large stones, what appear to be foundations of buildings or defensive works, evidence of a significant settlement. If these structures date to the period some researchers suggest anywhere from 1,500 BCE to much older, they represent sophisticated coastal construction in a region where such construction shouldn't exist according to conventional histories. They suggest a civilization with architectural knowledge, construction capabilities, probably maritime expertise since the city was apparently coastal, and the resources to undertake significant building projects. But perhaps the most intriguing engineering mystery is one that's still visible on land, though it's intimately connected to these underwater cities: Roman concrete. At Baiae, that Roman resort town now partially underwater due to Brindisium, archeological divers have documented extensive use of Roman concrete in harbour structures, in building foundations, in walls and platforms. This concrete has been underwater for approximately 1,500 years. it should be rubble. Concrete is not generally known for longevity, especially in seawater. Modern concrete exposed to seawater typically starts deteriorating within decades. The salt water penetrates the concrete, reacts with the compounds inside, causes expansion and cracking, leads to failure. Roman concrete in Baiae is still solid, chemically stable, structurally sound. Divers can stand on it without it crumbling. In some areas, it appears almost as solid as the day it was poured, which raises an obvious question: what did the Romans know about concrete that we've forgotten? The answer, researchers have discovered, lies in the specific recipe Romans used. They made concrete from lime and volcanic ash, specifically a type of volcanic ash called pozzolana from deposits near Naples. When lime and pozzolana mix with seawater, they undergo a chemical reaction that creates extremely stable compounds, actually growing stronger over time as seawater interacts with the material. The concrete essentially heals itself, filling in any cracks or weak points through ongoing chemical reactions with the surrounding water. Modern concrete uses Portland cement, which was developed in the 19th century and has become universal in modern construction. It's strong, it's fast-setting, it's convenient. But it doesn't have the longevity of Roman pozzolana concrete, especially in marine environments. We've essentially traded long-term durability for short-term convenience. The fact that ancient Romans developed a concrete formula superior in some ways to modern version sand, that we only recently figured out why it was superioris humbling. It suggests that technological progress isn't always linear, that ancient peoples sometimes developed solutions we've had to rediscover or haven't fully matched. The Pharos Lighthouse at Alexandria represents another engineering challenge we can barely imagine solving with ancient technology. Ancient accounts describe it as over 100 meters tall. Some sources say 120 or even 130 meters. For reference, a 100-meter structure is roughly equivalent to a 30-story building. It would have been by far the tallest structure in the ancient world, except for the Great Pyramids. And unlike the pyramids, which are solid mounds, the lighthouse was a hollow tower with interior ramps or staircases, allowing workers to carry fuel to the top to maintain the beacon fire. Building a 100-meter stone tower is challenging today with modern construction techniques. Building one in the 3rd century BCE using only hand tools and human labor seems almost impossible. The foundation has to be immense to support that much weight. The walls have to be thick enough to be stable, but not so thick that the structure becomes impossibly heavy. The interior structure has to support traffic workers carrying fuel up and down constantly. The whole thing has to withstand earthquakes, and we know Alexandria experiences significant seismic activity. It has to resist storms, salt spray, wind loads that increase dramatically with height. Somehow, Ptolemaic engineers designed this structure, builders constructed it, and it stood for over 1,000 years. Descriptions from medieval Arab travelers who saw the lighthouse before it finally collapsed in a series of earthquakes in the 14th century confirm its immense size and impressive architecture. Parts of the lighthouse have been found underwater, massive stone blocks from its structure, some with distinctive features that confirm they came from the famous monument. These blocks provide physical evidence of the lighthouse's existence and give some sense of the engineering that created it. At Baiae, Underwater archaeologists have documented stone cutting with precision that seems excessive for ancient technology, blocks with perfectly flat faces, edges that are straight to within millimeters, corners that are true right angles. The tools were bronze or iron chisels, hammers, saws. The measurement devices were rulers, plumb bobs, levels, simple tools by modern standards. Yet the results show a precision that modern stonemasons, even with power tools and laser measurement devices, would be challenged to match. This precision wasn't just aesthetic. It was functional. Precisely cut stones fit together better, creating more stable structures. They can bear more weight without crushing. They resist weathering better because water can't penetrate gaps as easily. The ancient engineers understood this and had developed the skills and techniques to achieve the necessary precision. One theory is that ancient craftsmen had more time. A modern construction project faces time, pressure, labor costs, financing costs, pressure to open facilities and start generating revenue. An ancient temple or palace might be built over decades, with craftsmen spending weeks or months shaping a single stone to perfection. This allows for a level of precision and quality that modern economics make impractical. But time alone doesn't explain the technical knowledge required. You can spend years trying to cut a stone precisely, but if you don't understand the principle, show stone fractures, how to use your tools effectively, how to measure and mark accurately, you'll just spend years doing it wrong. The ancient engineers had systematic knowledge, probably passed down through apprenticeships and guilds, refined over generations. This was lost knowledge, lost not because it was mystical or secret, but because it became economically irrelevant when faster, cheaper construction methods became available. Underwater archaeology reveals this engineering expertise precisely because the underwater environment has preserved details that would be lost on land. At land sites, we see worn ruins and have to imagine the original construction. Underwater, we often see construction much closer to its original state, showing us what these ancient engineers actually accomplished rather than what weathered remains suggest they might have accomplished. Each new discovery prompts the same basic question: how did they do this? How did Bronze Age Greeks plan and build Pavlopetri? How did Ptolemaic Egyptians move 60-ton stones at Heracleion? How did Romans create concrete that's still solid after 1,500 years underwater? How did ancient engineers build harbour works that remain functional 2 millennia later? We have partial answers. We understand some of the techniques. We can replicate some of the achievements in experimental archaeology, but there's still something missing, some combination of skill and knowledge and organizational capability that allowed ancient peoples to regularly accomplish engineering feats that impress us today. Perhaps what's most striking is not just what they built, but where they built it. These weren't simple structures on easy terrain. These were complex projects in challenging environments, coastal areas with tidal changes, harbour construction in deep water, massive buildings in seismically active regions. The engineers had to understand not just how to build, but how to build in these specific locations, accounting for all the environmental challenges. And they succeeded. The cities stood, the harbours functioned, the temples housed worshippers, the breakwaters protected ships. These weren't experimental structures that barely worked, they were functional infrastructure that served their purposes for centuries. The fact that many of them are now underwater doesn't diminish the engineering achievement. If anything, it enhances it, because the underwater preservation lets us see details of construction that would be lost at land sites. We can appreciate the precision, the scale, the sophistication of what ancient engineers accomplished. But the greatest mystery isn't how they built. It's what they knew. Section 9 Ancient Knowledge, the Great Library of Alexandria, is perhaps the most famous lost repository of human knowledge. Founded in the 3rd century BCE by the early Ptolemaic rulers, it represented an extraordinary intellectual ambition to collect all the knowledge of the known world in one place. Not just Greek knowledge, not just Egyptian, but everything texts from across the Mediterranean, from Mesopotamia, from Persia, from India, from anywhere scholars could find or acquire manuscripts. The numbers are staggering even if we treat ancient accounts with appropriate skepticism. Sources suggest the library contained between 200,000 and 700,000 scrolls, 7 taking the lower estimate. That's an immense collection for the ancient world. Each scroll might contain a single work or multiple shorter works. The total likely represented tens of thousands of distinct texts, scientific treatises, mathematical works, astronomical observations, historical accounts, philosophical arguments, literary works, religious texts, medical knowledge, geographical descriptions, engineering manuals, agricultural guides. The library wasn't just a storage facility, it was a research institution. The Ptolemies funded scholars to work there, to study the texts, to produce new works, to copy and preserve manuscripts. The library had lecture halls, study rooms, laboratories for scientific work, astronomical instruments for observing the heavens. It was, in effect, the first major research university, a place where knowledge was not just preserved, but actively created and expanded. What was in those scrolls? We can only partially reconstruct the contents from references in surviving texts and from fragments that survived elsewhere. We know Euclid worked at Alexandria, where he wrote his Elements, the foundational text of geometry that was still being used as a textbook into the 20th century. Archimedes studied there, developing principles of mathematics and engineering that seem almost modern in their sophistication. Eratosthenes, while serving as head librarian, calculated the circumference of the Earth. With remarkable accuracy, he got within about 15 of the true value, using only simple geometry and observations of shadow angles at different latitudes. There were astronomical texts that recorded observations of celestial movements, attempts to understand and predict the motions of planets and stars. There were geographical works describing lands across the known world. There were histories, many now lost, that chronicled events and civilizations we can only glimpse through later summaries or quotations. There were copies of Greek dramas, poems, philosophical texts, works we know existed because later authors referenced them, but which are now gone because the Alexandria copy was the only one or one of very few, and then it burned. Or rather, it experienced multiple disasters over several centuries, fires, budget cuts, changing political priorities, religious conflicts that gradually destroyed the collection. By the time Arab armies conquered Alexandria in 641 CE, the library was already long gone. The exact chronology of its destruction is debated by historians, but the result is clear one of antiquity's greatest repositories of knowledge was lost. When we think about Alexandria underwater, that drowned palace district, those submerged buildings, we're seeing the physical ruins of a city. But the library represents an intellectual parallel, the drowned knowledge, the submerged understanding, the lost texts that might have accelerated human progress by centuries if they'd survived. Consider what ancient peoples knew about astronomy. The temple at Heracleion, according to archeological studies, appears to be oriented with astronomical precision. The main axis of the temple aligns with the point where the sun rises on the summer solstice. This isn't coincidence, it's deliberate design, requiring knowledge of the sun's apparent motion through the year, ability to predict exactly where on the horizon the sun will rise on a specific date, and surveying skills to align a massive stone structure with that point. Similar astronomical alignments appear at sites across the ancient world. The pyramids at Giza align with cardinal directions to within fractions of a degree, an extraordinary achievement considering the monuments were built over 400-500 years ago. Greek temples often have solar alignments. Roman structures incorporate astronomical orientations. These weren't just decorative choices, they were statements of knowledge, demonstrations that the builders understood celestial mechanics. Ancient peoples tracked the movements of stars and planets with impressive precision. Without telescopes, without modern instruments, using only naked eye observations, ancient astronomers mapped the night sky, identified planets and distinguished them from stars, predicted lunar and solar eclipses, calculated the length of the year to within minutes of the true value. This required not just observations, but mathematical sophistication, geometry to calculate positions, arithmetic to track cycles, logical frameworks to make predictions. And this knowledge had practical applications, particularly for the maritime cities we've been exploring. Navigation at sea requires astronomical knowledge. During the day, the sun's position tells you direction, and if you know the date and can measure the sun's angle at noon, your approximate latitude. At night, stars provide similar information. The North Star's altitude gives latitude directly in the northern hemisphere, and the positions of other stars indicate direction and time. Ancient sailors certainly possessed this knowledge. We know Greek and Phoenician ships regularly crossed the Mediterranean, voyages of hundreds of kilometers out of sight of land. We know Roman merchant ships sailed from Egypt to India and back, traversing thousands of kilometers of open ocean. We know Polynesian voyagers settled islands across the Pacific using sophisticated navigation techniques based on stars, currents, and wave patterns. These weren't random wanderings or lucky accidents. They were systematic navigation based on accumulated knowledge passed down through generations of seafarers. The precision of ancient navigation is hinted at by ancient maps. Ptolemy's geography, written in the 2nd century CE, contains descriptions of locations across the known world with latitude and longitude coordinates. While Ptolemy's work contains errors, particularly in longitude, which is much harder to determine, without accurate timekeeping, the overall framework is recognizable. His Mediterranean coastlines are approximately correct in shape. Major cities are located roughly where they should be. The work represents a systematic attempt to create a mathematical description of geography, using the spherical coordinate system we still use today. How did Ptolemy and other ancient geographers know coastline shapes with such accuracy? Presumably through the accumulated reports of sailors, traders, and explorers who had travelled these routes. Someone sailed along the coast of North Africa, noting landmarks and distances. Someone else explored the Black Sea. Others mapped the Levantine coast, the Aegean Islands, the coasts of Italy and Spain. These individual observations were compiled, reconciled, synthesized into comprehensive descriptions. And all of this required a conceptual framework, the understanding that the Earth is spherical, that positions can be described with angles measured from reference points, that distances can be related to these angular measurements. This is sophisticated geography, sophisticated mathematics, sophisticated spatial thinking. It's knowledge that took centuries to develop, that represented the collaborative work of many observers and thinkers, and that was presumably recorded in texts at places like Alexandria's library, when we see underwater cities with their precisely oriented temples and carefully planned harbour works. We're seeing the physical manifestation of this knowledge. The buildings aren't just piles of stone, they're expressions of geometrical understanding, astronomical observation, geographical knowledge, engineering, mathematics. The cities themselves are, in a sense, repositories of knowledge, storing in their layout and orientation the understanding their builders possessed. But here's a more intriguing question. Did ancient peoples understand that sea levels change? The answer appears to be yes, at least in some cases. Ancient Greek and Roman writers occasionally mention coastlines that had changed within living memory or historical times. Strabo, writing in the 1st century BCE, describes places where the sea had advanced or retreated. He even speculates about the causes, proposing that volcanic activity and earthquakes could raise or lower land relative to sea level, an insight that modern geology confirms. More intriguingly, cultures across the world have flood myth stories of catastrophic inundations that destroyed previous civilizations or reshaped the world. The biblical flood narrative is the most famous in Western culture, but it's far from unique. The Epic of Gilgamesh, from ancient Mesopotamia, contains a detailed flood story that predates the biblical version by over 1,000 years. Ancient Greek mythology includes the flood of Deucalion. Hindu texts describe multiple great floods. Chinese mythology has flood stories. Indigenous cultures in the Americas, in Australia, across the Pacific Islands all have traditions of great floods that changed the world. Are these just stories, myths created independently to explain natural phenomena like seasonal flooding? Or could they represent cultural memories of actual events, specifically memories of the post-glacial sea level rise that drowned coastlines worldwide between 20,000 and 7,000 years ago? The timing is suggestive. Modern humans lived through the entire period of post-glacial flooding. People inhabited coastlines that were subsequently drowned. Settlements were abandoned as waters rose. If there's any truth to the idea of cultural memory, knowledge passed down through oral traditions over many generations, then these flood myths might preserve actual memories of a time when sea levels rose dramatically, when coastlines moved inland, when dry land became sea. The Black Sea flood hypothesis, mentioned earlier, provides a specific possible example. Geological evidence suggests that around 5,600 BCE, the Black Sea experienced a catastrophic flooding event when rising Mediterranean waters breached the Bosphorus Strait, turning what had been a freshwater lake into a saltwater sea. The flooding would have been dramatic and relatively rapid, raising the Black Sea level by potentially dozens of meters, drowning coastal settlements around its shores. Communities living there would have had to flee inland, abandoning their homes to the rising waters. Some researchers have suggested this event might be the origin of flood myths in Near Eastern cultures, preserved in oral tradition for thousands of years before being written down in texts like the Epic of Gilgamesh. This is controversial, and many scholars are skeptical. Cultural memories over such long timescales seem unlikely. Myths can arise from many sources and don't require basis in actual events, but it's at least plausible that some flood stories reflect real experiences of coastal communities dealing with rising sea levels. Whether the dramatic Black Sea event or the slower but equally consequential post-glacial rise. If ancient peoples did possess some understanding, whether through direct cultural memory or through observation of ancient ruins already underwater in their time, that coastlines could change, that sea levels could rise, why did they continue building major cities on coasts? The answer is probably the same reason we continue building coastal cities today, despite knowing the risks. The benefits outweigh the risks, at least from the perspective of any individual generation. Coastal locations offer too many advantages: access to maritime resources, trade opportunities, strategic positions to abandon just because there's some possibility of future flooding. And perhaps ancient peoples like us struggled to think on appropriate timescales. If sea level rise happens slowly enough, a few millimeters per year, say it's invisible within a human lifetime, noticeable only across generations, catastrophic only across centuries. Each generation inherits the coast as it is, builds on it, assumes it will remain roughly the same. The idea that in a few hundred years this land will be underwater seems abstract, distant, not worth restructuring society to avoid. There's another piece of ancient literature worth considering in this context: Plato's story of Atlantis, written in the 4th century BCE in the dialogues Timaeus and Critias. The account describes a powerful civilization on an island beyond the Pillars of Hercules, the Strait of Gibraltar, that existed 9,000 years before Plato's time. According to the story, Atlantis was a technologically advanced society with a powerful navy, impressive architecture, and sophisticated engineering. And then, in a single day and night, it was destroyed by earthquakes and floods and sank beneath the sea. For centuries, people have debated whether Atlantis was a real place or pure fiction. Most scholars today consider it an allegory, Plato's philosophical argument about hubris and political decline, not a historical account. The details he provides don't match any known archaeological site. The timeline he gives would place Atlantis in the Neolithic period, when no civilization matching his description existed. But could the story contain a kernel of truth? Not that there was literally a place called Atlantis matching Plato's exact description, but that he or his sources drew on cultural memories or historical accounts of coastal civilizations that had indeed been destroyed and sunk. We now know that such places existed not beyond the Pillars of Hercules in the Atlantic, but in the Mediterranean itself and across other coasts worldwide. Heracleion, for instance, was a powerful port city that sank beneath the sea and was forgotten. If Heracleion had sunk a few centuries earlier, before it was extensively documented in Greek texts, it might have become the subject of legend rather than history. Perhaps the Atlantis story reflects a kind of collective understanding that civilizations can drown, that great cities can be lost to the sea, that what seems permanent can vanish beneath the waves. Whether Plato based his story on accounts of real drowned cities or invented it wholesale, the story resonated. People believed it was plausible that a civilization could sink and be lost, and they were right to believe it, because it had happened repeatedly across the ancient world. The knowledge ancient peoples possessed astronomical, geographical, mathematical, engineering was impressive. In some areas, it rivaled or exceeded what was known in Europe until the Renaissance, and much of that knowledge was presumably documented in texts that are now lost, drowned metaphorically in the same way the cities drowned literally. When Alexandria's library burned, when scrolls were lost or destroyed, when knowledge was forgotten, as civilizations fell and schools closed and trade networks collapsed, humanity lost not just ancient ideas, but ancient understanding, hard-won insights about the world that would have to be painstakingly rediscovered centuries or millennia later. And here's the haunting question: did ancient peoples understand that their coastal cities were vulnerable? Did they realize that building on the coast, particularly in seismically active regions or areas of subsidence, was creating vulnerability to exactly the kind of catastrophic loss they mythologized in their flood stories? Did the engineers who built Heracleon know they were constructing on sinking ground? Did the architects of Alexandria's palace understand that earthquakes could drop the coastline beneath the waves? Perhaps they did, and built anyway, because the benefits seemed worth the risks, or because they assumed that future generations would deal with future problems, or because they simply didn't think the catastrophe would happen in their lifetimes. Perhaps they understood intellectually that catastrophe was possible, but emotionally treated it as unlikely, as something that happened to other people in other times. Or perhaps they didn't fully understand the risks, despite their impressive knowledge in so many areas. Ancient understanding of plate tectonics was non-existent. They observed earthquakes, but didn't comprehend the underlying mechanism. Their understanding of long-term sea level change was probably limited to observations of local coastline changes and to flood myths of uncertain interpretation. They couldn't predict when the next major earthquake would strike, couldn't calculate rates of subsidence, couldn't model future sea level rise. So they built their marvelous cities on the coasts, incorporating all their engineering knowledge and astronomical understanding and mathematical sophistication, creating places that would function for centuries but were always, in the long term, vulnerable to the sea. Their knowledge of the ocean was profound. They understood tides and currents. They navigated by stars. They built harbour works that harnessed and managed water. Their knowledge of engineering was remarkable. They moved massive stones, constructed buildings that lasted millennia, created concrete that's still solid underwater. Their knowledge of astronomy was sophisticated. They tracked celestial movements, predicted eclipses, oriented buildings with precision. But could they have predicted this? Could they have known that their cities would drown? The answer is almost certainly no. Despite all their knowledge, despite their sophisticated understanding in so many domains, they lack the specific knowledge needed to predict long-term coastal vulnerability. They couldn't have known that we're asking these questions now, centuries or millennia later, while diving through their drowned streets, and that raises an uncomfortable parallel with our own situation, which we'll explore next. Section 10, the pattern. If you plot sea levels over the past 20,000 years, the graph tells a story more dramatic than most works of fiction. 20,000 years ago, at the last glacial maximum, sea levels were approximately 120 meters lower than today. The world looked different. Coastlines extended much farther out onto what is now continental shelf. Land bridges connected regions that are now separated by water. Entire geographical features that we think of as fundamental: the English Channel, the Bering Strait, the Indonesian archipelago as we know it simply didn't exist in their current forms. And then the ice melted. The graph line starts to climb, slowly at first, then more rapidly. Between 15,000 and 7,000 years ago, sea levels rose at an average rate of about 1 meter per century, 10 times faster than the current rate. There were periods of even more rapid rise, possibly several meters per century during meltwater pulses when ice sheets collapsed catastrophically. The coastlines moved inland, inexorably drowning everything in their path. This wasn't a distant prehistoric event, disconnected from human experience. Modern humans, people anatomically and cognitively identical to us, lived through this entire process. They built settlements on coasts that no longer exist. They established trade routes that became impossible when land bridges flooded. They adapted, relocated, watched their world change over generations. And then, around 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, the rise slowed dramatically. Sea levels reached approximately their current position, give or take a few meters of variation. For the past several millennia, coastlines have been relatively stable compared to the dramatic changes of the post-glacial period. And in that stability, civilizations flourished, with coastlines more or less fixed. People could build permanent coastal settlements without worrying that rising waters would flood them within a few generations. Trade networks developed along stable sea routes. Ports were constructed in locations that would remain useful for centuries. The great coastal civilizations, Egyptian, Phoenician, Greek, Roman, were all built during this period of relatively stable sea levels. But relatively stable isn't the same as unchanging. Even during the period of overall stability, local factors created coastal change. Tectonic subsidence continued to lower some coastlines. Earthquakes suddenly dropped others. Isostatic rebound, the slow rising of land that had been compressed under Ice Age glaciers, raised some regions while depressing others. River deltas built out into the sea in some places while eroding in others. Sea levels themselves varied by a meter or two over centuries due to climate fluctuations. The result was a complex pattern of local coastal changes overlaid on a background of global stability. Most coastlines stayed roughly where they were, but some regions experienced significant change. And it was precisely in some of these changing zones, river deltas like the Nile, tectonically active regions like the Mediterranean, areas of active subsidence, that major civilizations built major cities. Because these were also the most valuable coastal locations, deltas provided agricultural fertility. Tectonic zones often had natural harbors. Subsiding areas were frequently in places where rivers met the sea. The cities we've explored all fit this pattern. Alexandria and Heracleion on the subsiding Nile Delta, Pavlopetri on the seismically active Greek coast, Baiae in a volcanic zone experiencing bradyseism, Port Royal on a sand spit vulnerable to liquefaction. These weren't random locations, they were optimal locations given the priorities of maritime civilizations. They were also, as it turned out, vulnerable locations, places where the combination of local geological factors and human development created risk. Fast forward to today. Plot sea level data from the modern era, the past century or so, and you see the line climbing again. Sea levels have risen approximately 20 centimeters since 1900. The current rate is roughly 3 millimeters per year and accelerating. This might sound trivial. 3 millimeters is about the thickness of 2 pennies stacked, but it adds up. At the current rate, that's 33 centimeters per century, and the rate is increasing as global temperatures rise, as ice sheets melt faster, as thermal expansion of warming ocean water continues. Current projections for sea level rise by 2100 range from about 0.5 meters to over 2 meters, depending on emissions scenarios and the behavior of major ice sheets in Greenland and Antarctica. The uncertainty is large because ice sheet dynamics are complex and not fully understood. There's a real possibility of tipping points where ice sheets begin irreversible collapse, leading to more dramatic sea level rise than the conservative projections suggest. But even the conservative projection 7.5 meter would be catastrophic for many coastal areas. A 0.5 meter rise doesn't just mean the water is 0.5 meter higher. It means storm surges reach 0.5 meter farther inland. It means high tides flood areas that are currently dry. It means salt water intrudes farther into coastal freshwater aquifers. It means low-lying islands become uninhabitable. It means billions of dollars in coastal infrastructure, ports, roads, buildings, sewage systems become vulnerable or unusable. And the cities at risk, they have exactly the same profile as the ancient cities that drowned coastal locations, dense populations, major economic and cultural significance, often in deltaic or otherwise vulnerable geological settings. Miami Beach sits on a barrier island with an average elevation of under 2 meters. The city experiences sunny day flooding during high tides, even without storms with increasing frequency. The streets flood, water comes up through storm drains, seawater invades infrastructure. The city has invested hundreds of millions in adaptation measures, raising streets, installing pumps, constructing sea walls. But these are temporary solutions. With even 0.5 meter of sea level rise, sunny day flooding becomes constant. With a meter of rise, large parts of the city are underwater at high tide. With 2 meters, well, at that point you're not adapting anymore, you're abandoning. Venice has been fighting a losing battle against the sea for decades. The city experiences frequent flooding aqua alta, as locals call it, that inundates St. Mark's Square and other low-lying areas. The frequency and severity have increased over recent decades as sea levels rise and the city continues to subside. Venice has constructed the most flood barrier system, massive mechanical gates that can close off the lagoon during high tide, at a cost of billions of euros. It's an impressive engineering achievement. It's also a desperate last stand measure, a way to buy time, not a permanent solution. The system requires continuous maintenance and operation. It has to be deployed with increasing frequency. Eventually, the cost of defending Venice may exceed the city's economic value, or the barriers may simply be overwhelmed by further sea level rise. Modern Alexandria, the Egyptian city that grew on the ruins and remnants of the ancient city, faces similar challenges to its ancient predecessor. The Nile Delta is still subsiding. Sea levels are rising. Parts of modern Alexandria already flood regularly. The city is experiencing the same combination of factors that drowned the ancient palace district deltaic subsidence, rising sea levels, inadequate drainage for modern development density. History, quite literally, is repeating itself in the same location. Jakarta, Indonesia's capital, is subsiding at among the fastest rates of any major city in the world, up to 25 centimeters per year in some districts. The cause is primarily groundwater extraction. As the population has grown, residents and businesses have drilled wells to access groundwater, and removing that water causes the land above to compact and sink. Add natural deltaic subsidence, add rising sea levels, and you have a crisis. Parts of Jakarta are already below sea level and protected only by aging sea walls. The Indonesian government has announced plans to relocate the capital to Borneo, in effect, admitting defeat, abandoning Jakarta to the sea over the coming decades. Bangkok, Thailand's capital, sits on a river delta that's subsiding at 1 to 2 centimeters per year while sea levels rise. Shanghai, China's financial center, home to over 24 million people, is built on a river delta and experiencing similar subsidence. New Orleans, sitting largely below sea level behind levees, has always been vulnerable and became dramatically more aware of that vulnerability after Hurricane Katrina in 2005. Mumbai, India's largest city and financial capital, sits on a coastal peninsula and regularly floods during monsoon season flooding that will worsen as sea levels rise. Lagos, Nigeria's largest city and economic center, is built on low-lying coastal land and is experiencing rapid population growth, meaning more people are moving into increasingly vulnerable areas. The list goes on. Tokyo, Manila, Karachi, Buenos Aires, London, New York, San Francisco, essentially every major coastal city faces some level of risk from rising sea levels. Not all face equal risk. Some have better drainage, higher average elevation, more resources for adaptation, but all are vulnerable to some degree, and the populations involved are staggering. Estimates suggest that over 600 million people currently live in coastal areas less than 10 meters above sea level. By 2100, if sea levels rise as projected, and if population trends continue, the number at risk could exceed 1 billion people. These aren't just statistics, these are people whose homes, whose livelihoods, whose communities, whose entire lives are tied to places may become partially or completely uninhabitable within the next century. The economic costs would be extraordinary. Coastal cities are disproportionately important economically. They're centers of trade, finance, industry, innovation. Manhattan alone has more economic activity than many entire countries. Flooding or abandoning these cities would represent economic disruption on a scale difficult to comprehend. The costs of adaptation, building barriers, raising infrastructure, reinforcing buildings run into trillions of dollars globally. The costs of not adapting, of allowing flooding to occur, of abandoning valuable coastal real estate would be even higher. But beyond economics, beyond the sheer numbers of people affected, there's a pattern here that should give us pause. Look at the history. Petri, drowned 5,000 years ago. Heraclean, abandoned as the sea claimed it over centuries. Alexandria's palace district, submerged after earthquakes and subsidence. Port Royal, suddenly underwater after liquefaction. Dunwich, gradually consumed by erosion, and dozens of other sites we've explored or mentioned. Every coastline that humans have inhabited long enough has lost settlements to the sea. Every civilization that built on coasts extensively enough has seen some of those coastal cities drown. The specific mechanisms vary: earthquakes, subsidence, erosion, catastrophic flooding, but the general pattern is consistent. Coastal cities are inherently temporary on geological timescales, and we're building the same cities again. We're building them bigger, denser, more expensive, more economically important than ever before in human history. We're building them in many cases in exactly the same locations where previous cities drowned. Modern Alexandria on top of ancient Alexandria. Modern cities on subsiding deltas, on seismically active coasts, on barrier islands, in all the vulnerable locations where the combination of valuable coastal access and geological risk creates long-term unsustainability. Why? Why do we keep building in places that history tells us will eventually be claimed by the sea? Partly it's because the timescales are long enough that they don't feel real. A century seems like forever in human terms, especially in political and economic terms. The people making decisions today about where to build, where to invest, where to develop won't be alive in 2100 to see the consequences. The incentives are to focus on the near term, to enjoy the benefits of coastal location now, to assume that future generations will deal with future problems. Partly it's because we assume we can engineer our way out of the problem. We have better technology than the ancients. We can build sea walls, install pump systems, raise foundations. We can predict storms, evacuate populations, manage risk. We're not helpless in the face of rising waters like Bronze Age peoples were. We can adapt. And to some extent, that's true, we can adapt. We are adapting. Modern engineering is genuinely impressive. The Dutch have been managing below sea level land for centuries and have developed sophisticated systems for doing so. Sea barriers like the Thames Barrier in London or Meuse in Venice or various systems in the Netherlands do work. Cities can be adapted to handle higher water levels, but adaptation has limits. It works for moderate sea level rise tens of centimeters, maybe half a meter. It works when you're protecting small, wealthy populations that can afford expensive infrastructure. It becomes progressively more difficult as the amount of rise increases, as the number of people affected grows, as the frequency of flooding accelerates. There's a point where adaptation becomes economically unsustainable, where you're spending more to protect a city than the city is worth. There's a point where the city simply can't function anymore because critical infrastructure is flooded too often, because people and businesses leave, because the social and economic networks that make a city viable break down. And partly we keep building in vulnerable locations because the benefits genuinely are enormous. Coasts provide access to ocean resources and maritime trade. Port cities generate wealth. People want to live near the ocean for work, for recreation, for the aesthetic beauty. The same reasons that made Alexandria and Heraclean and Petri important make modern coastal cities important. We can't just abandon all coastal areas. Too much of human civilization is fundamentally tied to maritime access. So we're trapped in a pattern that history shows is unsustainable, but that present incentives make seem rational. We build on coasts because coasts are valuable. We keep building on coasts that are vulnerable because the vulnerability manifests slowly enough that it's easy to discount or assume we'll solve it somehow. We invest in adaptation rather than retreat, because retreat means admitting defeat, abandoning valuable assets, disrupting established communities. And we continue this pattern even though we can look underwater and see the ruins of previous civilizations that made exactly the same choices and paid the ultimate price when the water came. The drowned cities are not just archaeological curiosities. They're warnings. They're examples of what happens when civilizations build on coasts that turn out not to be stable. They're evidence that this has happened before, many times, in many places, to peoples who were just as sophisticated and capable as we are, who built cities just as impressive as ours, who probably assumed their cities would last forever, just like we do. We're building the same cities they built. We're building them on coasts that have the same vulnerabilities they faced, sometimes quite literally on top of the ruins of their drowned cities. And the water is rising again. There's a certain irony in the fact that we can now dive down and explore the ruins of Alexandria's palace, swim through Heracleon's temple complex, map Pavlopetri's Bronze Age streets, all while modern cities built in similarly vulnerable locations face similar threats. We've developed the technology to study underwater ruins, to understand exactly how and why these cities drowned, to document the process and the results in extraordinary detail. We have knowledge those ancient peoples lacked. We understand plate tectonics and can predict where earthquakes are likely. We can measure subsidence rates and project future changes. We can model sea level rise and predict its impacts with reasonable accuracy. And yet, having that knowledge hasn't fundamentally changed our behavior. We're still building major cities in locations that our understanding tells us are vulnerable. We're still concentrating populations and economic activity on coasts that are demonstrably impermanent. We're still making the same basic decisions that led to all those underwater ruins, just with better understanding of why those decisions carry risk. Perhaps future archaeologists, centuries from now, will dive in the waters off Miami Beach, exploring the submerged skyscrapers and documenting the ruins of 21st century civilization. Perhaps they'll swim through the flooded streets of Venice, no longer a living city, but an underwater museum like Heracleon is today. Perhaps they'll wonder, as we wonder about the ancients, didn't they know? Didn't they understand what was coming? Why did they build in places that would obviously flood? And the answer, probably, is the same as it was for the ancients, yes. They knew, at least intellectually, but knowledge didn't translate to action because the timescales were long enough and the benefits were immediate enough that continuing seemed more rational than changing course. The pattern is clear. The question is whether we're doomed to repeat it. Section 11, swimming through memory, descending through water, is unlike any other form of movement. You're not walking, not flying, not climbing, you're floating, suspended, moving through a medium that resists, but also supports you. Every gesture is slowed. Every breath is amplified, a rhythmic reminder of the mechanical intervention keeping you alive in this place where humans were never meant to be. You sink through gradations of blue, from the bright turquoise near the surface through deeper blues toward green-grey as depth increases and sunlight penetrates less efficiently. And then, through the murk, shapes begin to resolve. A line that's too straight to be natural. A corner where two surfaces meet at a deliberate angle. The scattered geometry of human construction emerging from the formless seafloor. You're approaching an underwater city, and in the moments before the details become clear, there's a strange suspension, a threshold between the modern world you left at the surface and the ancient world you're about to enter. The water at Pavlopetri is warm, Mediterranean summer warmth that makes diving comfortable in just a wetsuit. Visibility is decent today, maybe 10 meters enough to see several building foundations at once, to perceive the layout of streets, to understand this as an urban space rather than just isolated ruins. The depth is only 3 to 4 meters, shallow enough that sunlight penetrates fully, illuminating the stones in shifting patterns as surface waves distort and refract the light. You swim down what was once a street. The paving stones are still there, fitted together 5,000 years ago by hands that have been dust for millennia. The edges are worn, rounded by the passage of water and sand across all those centuries, but the pattern is clear rectangular stones deliberately placed, creating a surface. People walked here once. They walked here when these stones were new, when the street was dry, when the buildings on either side had walls and roofs and contained the ordinary chaos of daily life. The stone surfaces are covered with a thin layer of biological growth algae, tiny shells, bacterial films that give everything a slightly fuzzy appearance. This is what happens when nature reclaims human construction. It doesn't destroy it, doesn't remove it, just gradually incorporates it, turning stone walls into artificial reefs, turning streets into seafloor. Small fish drift between the building foundations, moving with the unconscious grace of creatures in their element. They were probably born here, have lived their entire lives among these ruins, completely unaware that these stones once meant something, that this space once had purpose beyond providing hiding spots from predators. You pause at a building foundation, running your gloved hand along a wall. The stone is cool even through the glove, solid, real. This wall is older than the Roman Empire. This wall was already ancient when Cleopatra ruled Egypt. The hands that stacked these stones knew nothing of Greece or Rome or any of the civilizations that would rise and fall in the millennia after this town was abandoned. The Bronze Age people who built this lived in a different world, had different concerns, worshipped different gods, told different stories. And yet the stone remains, physical evidence of their existence, proof that they were here, that they built, that they mattered. There's a particular quality to the silence underwater. It's not true silence, because you can hear your own breathing, the mechanical hiss of the regulator, the bubble stream of your exhalations rising toward the surface. But it's a muffled, isolated quiet, as if the water has wrapped the world in insulation. Sound travels differently underwater, comes from unexpected directions, lacks the clarity of sound in air. The effect is dreamlike, disconnected, as if you've entered a space outside normal time. Swimming through Alexandria's submerged palace district is different from Pavlopetri. The water is murkier visibility, maybe 5 meters on a good day, sometimes less. The depth is greater, 40 feet, deep enough that colours start to shift, that reds disappear from the spectrum, leaving everything in a palette of blues and greens and greys. And the ruins are larger, more monumental. These aren't modest Bronze Age houses. These are the remains of Ptolemaic royal architecture, granite columns thick as trees, massive stone blocks that individually weigh tons, statues of pharaohs and gods lying on the seafloor like fallen titans. You approach a column, one of many scattered across the site. It's lying on its side now, partially buried in sediment, but you can see enough to understand its original purpose and form. The granite is still solid, still shows the marks where it was shaped and smoothed. You reach out and touch it, and in that moment, there's a strange compression of time. This column once held up a roof that sheltered Cleopatra, or her father, or one of their many relatives and courtiers. Someone stood beneath this column 2,000 years ago, someone who lived and loved and worried and hoped, and eventually died. Someone whose name we'll never know, or maybe do know from some fragmentary historical reference, some mention in an ancient text preserved by chance. The connection isn't mystical or supernatural, it's purely physical, purely historical. But it's real. Your hand is touching the same stone their eyes saw, that their hands might have touched. That was part of their world in a direct, tangible way. The centuries collapse. You're not just reading about Ptolemaic Egypt in a history book. You're swimming through it, touching it, experiencing its physical reality, even if everything else about it, the sounds, the smells, the people, the whole living context, is gone forever. Fish swim past, unbothered by your presence, moving through doorways that once separated rooms, that once meant something about privacy and access and social hierarchies. A grouper has taken up residence in what might have been a ceremonial chamber, judging from the size and position. The fish doesn't care about the room's original purpose. For the grouper, this is just shelter, just space, the stone walls valuable only for the protection they provide from currents and predators. Nature has no sense of historical significance, but humans do, and swimming through these spaces creates a peculiar emotional weight. This is someone's home. This was someone's workplace. This room saw birthdays and arguments and quiet evenings and hurried mornings. This doorway was walked through thousands of times by people who probably never imagined that someday it would be underwater, that fish would swim through it, that someone from an inconceivably distant future would float here in an artificial atmosphere, breathing compressed air and wondering about the lives that were lived in these rooms. At Atilt Yem, the Neolithic site off Israel's coast, the emotional impact is different again. The settlement is smaller, humbler than Alexandria's palace or even Pavlopetri's town. These are simple stone structures, foundations of houses that were basic shelters, nothing grand or monumental. But archaeologists have found artifacts here that punch through archaeological objectivity and hit something deeper children's toys. Small carved stones, beads, little figures that almost certainly were playthings. They've found what appears to be a child's skeleton, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, buried with care 9,000 years ago. Diving through Atilt Yem means floating over spaces where children played while their parents worked, where families ate together, where all the small intimate moments of daily life occurred. The toys are in museums now, but knowing they were here Imagining the child who played with them, it creates a connection across 9 millennia that feels almost unbearably immediate. That child laughed, cried, probably misbehaved occasionally, loved their parents, had friends, experienced the world with the same emotional vividness any child does. And then the sea rose and the settlement flooded, and everyone left, and the child died, eventually, maybe old, maybe young, we can't know, and their toys were left behind, buried in sediment, sleeping underwater for 9,000 years until archaeologists found them. The beauty of these sites is undeniable. The play of light through water, the way biological growth softens hard stone edges, the dreamlike quality of swimming through spaces, the profound quiet, the graceful movement of fish. There's an aesthetic appeal that's distinct from the archaeological significance. If these weren't drowned cities, if they were just random underwater rock formations, they would still be beautiful places to dive. The water itself is beautiful. The marine life is beautiful. The sensation of weightlessness is beautiful. But the beauty is inseparable from tragedy. These places are beautiful precisely because they're ruins, because there's melancholy built into the experience, because we know we're looking at loss. Every beautiful column lying on the seafloor represents a building that fell. Every aesthetically pleasing scatter of architectural elements represents destruction. Every peaceful underwater scene with fish drifting through doorways represents a place where people no longer live, where human stories ended, or at least moved elsewhere, where the ocean took what had been built on land and transformed it into something else. It's the same paradox that makes autumn beautiful. The colors are most brilliant in the dying leaves. Beauty emerges from decay. The underwater cities are beautiful in their drowning, perhaps more beautiful than they would be if they'd survived intact on land, turned into tourist sites with crowds and guides and gift shops. There's something about their inaccessibility, their transformation, their existence in a realm between the living human world and complete geological erasure that creates a unique kind of beauty, floating weightless above an ancient street, suspended between surface and seafloor, between past and present, between the human world of air and purpose and the inhuman world of water and slow geological time. It creates a philosophical mood almost involuntarily. Questions arise: what does permanence mean? What are we building for? What will remain of us? The stones say, even when everything else is gone, the people, the culture, the language, the memories, all the context that gave these places meaning, the stones remain, not unchanged, not pristine, but present, still physically existing, still capable of bearing witness. The ocean is a kind of archive, preserving in salt water and sediment what would be lost on land. Not perfectly, not completely, but more thoroughly than we have any right to expect after centuries or millennia of submersion. But the stones also say eventually even they will wear away. The columns will crumble, the walls will collapse, the paving stones will scatter. Water and time will reduce everything to formless sediment, indistinguishable from natural geology. On geological timescales, even stone is temporary. These cities are preserved now, but now is a brief window. In 10,000 years, in 100,000, even the ruins might be gone, erased as thoroughly as the people who built them. That's the lesson of the drowned cities. Maybe not that human achievement is meaningless, because it doesn't last, but that meaning doesn't require permanence. The Bronze Age residents of Pavlopetri lived full lives, rich with the whole spectrum of human experience, despite the fact that their town would be underwater 5,000 years later. The children at Atlit Yem played with toys that would eventually be displayed in museum cases, but the joy they experienced playing was real regardless of what happened afterward. Cleopatra lived and ruled and made decisions that shaped history, and the fact that her palace is now 40 feet underwater doesn't erase the reality of her existence. The ocean remembers in its own way, not with consciousness or intent, but simply by holding what sinks into it, by creating conditions where stone and metal, and sometimes organic materials, can persist far longer than they would on land, by accepting what we lose and keeping it suspended in the deep. The drowned cities sleep beneath the waves not as cautionary tales primarily, though they are that too, but as evidence of something more fundamental that we build, that we always have built, that creating permanent structures is part of what it means to be human, even though nothing is truly permanent, that the ocean takes what we build on coasts, but also preserves it, transforms it, turns our cities into underwater monuments that speak to whoever bothers to dive down and listen. There's an intimacy to diving these sites that's difficult to convey in photographs or video. The camera can capture the visual, the columns, the walls, the scattered artifacts, but it can't capture the physical sensation of being there, suspended in water, breathing mechanically, moving in 3 dimensions through spaces that were designed for 2-dimensional movement on solid ground. You feel the current pushing you, the temperature gradients as you move through pockets of warmer or cooler water, the slight pressure changes as you adjust depth, even by a meter or 2. And there's the time factor, the awareness that you can't stay long, that every minute underwater consumes limited air, that eventually you must return to the surface, whether you're ready or not. This creates a kind of urgency even in the midst of the meditative quiet. You want to see everything, to take in every detail, to understand as much as possible about this place, but the clock is always running. You must spend more time examining this particular column or move on to explore that building foundation. Document this artifact or swim farther down the street to see where it leads. Every choice means other things unseen, other details missed. The underwater cities are large, your time is limited, and there's always more to discover than a single dive can accommodate. This limitation, this inability to fully explore, to completely understand, to see everything mirrors a larger truth about these drowned civilizations. We can never fully recover what was lost. We can map the ruins, recover artifacts, analyze the evidence, reconstruct daily life to some degree, but the voices are silent, the thoughts unknowable, the full texture of lived experience in these places is gone. We're left with fragments, with glimpses, with partial understanding, swimming through the shadows of worlds we can never fully illuminate. And perhaps that's fitting. Perhaps the mystery is part of what makes these places resonate. If we knew everything, if we could reconstruct these ancient cities completely, they might lose some of their power, become merely data rather than connection points between past and present, between the living and the dead, between what endures and what passes away. Your dive time is running out. You check your gauge, check your depth, begin the slow ascent. The ruins fade below you. disappearing back into the murk as you rise through the gradations of blue toward the surface. The boundary between water and air approaches. You can see it from below as a rippling mirror, light and shadow dancing on the underside of the world. And then you break through, remove your regulator, breathe air that hasn't been compressed and filtered, hear sounds with full clarity again, feel the weight of gravity return as you're no longer neutral in water but subject to the pull of the earth. You've surfaced back into the modern world, back into your own time and place. But you carry something back with you, the memory of floating through those drowned streets, of touching stones shaped by hands from millennia past, of experiencing directly the physical reality of human impermanence and persistence simultaneously. The cities remain below, sleeping in the quiet dark, while above the waves the living world continues, building new cities that may someday join the old ones beneath the waves, carrying forward the endless human cycle of construction and loss, permanence and change, memory and forgetting. Section 12, the modern mirror stand on the Corniche in modern Alexandria, looking out over the Mediterranean. The view is stunning blue water stretching to the horizon, boats moving across the harbour, the modern city sprawling behind you with its mix of contemporary buildings and older architecture. Its 5 million residents going about their lives. You're standing very near where ancient Alexandria's palace district once stood, the district that now lies underwater, where divers explore Cleopatra's drowned kingdom. The modern city faces exactly the same challenges that doomed its ancient predecessor. The Nile Delta is still subsiding, still slowly compressing under its own weight and the weight of millennia of sediment deposition. Sea levels are still rising, now accelerated by anthropogenic climate change. The Mediterranean is still seismically active, still prone to earthquakes that can suddenly drop coastlines. All the factors that put ancient Alexandria underwater are still present, still working, still threatening the modern city built on and around the ancient ruins. Modern Alexandria floods with increasing frequency. During winter storms, seawater inundates low-lying neighborhoods. The drainage systems, designed for the city of decades past, can't handle the current combination of rainfall, rising groundwater, and higher sea levels. Streets become rivers, homes flood, businesses close temporarily. Residents wade through ankle-deep or knee-deep water, treating it as an inconvenience rather than a warning, because what else can they do? This is where they live, where they work, where their families have been for generations. You can't just abandon a city of 5 million people because it floods a few times a year. But the frequency is increasing. What flooded once every 5 years now floods annually. What flooded annually now floods multiple times per year. The trajectory is clear. At some point, the flooding becomes untenable, the city becomes unlivable, and hard decisions have to be made about adaptation or abandonment. Modern Alexandria is slowly discovering what ancient Alexandria learned the hard way. This particular coastline is not a permanent human habitat. Venice presents a different, but equally stark example of a city fighting a battle it may eventually lose. The city has been sinking and flooding for centuries aqua alta. The periodic flooding of St. Mark's Square and other low-lying areas has long been part of Venetian life. But the frequency and severity have dramatically increased over recent decades. What was once a rare occurrence is now routine. The city floods over 100 times per year. During particularly high tides, large portions of the city are underwater. The Italian government has constructed Modulo Sperimentale Electromechanics, or Experimental Electromechanical Module, a system of mobile barriers that can be raised to seal off the Venetian lagoon from the Adriatic Sea during high tides. The project took decades to design and build, cost over €6 billion, and represents an extraordinary feat of engineering 78 massive gates that normally lie flat on the sea floor, but can be raised using compressed air to create a barrier against storm surges and high tides. Mose is impressive. It works. When the barriers are raised, Venice stays dry even during extreme tides that would otherwise flood much of the city. But Mose is also, ultimately, a temporary solution. It has to be deployed with increasing frequency. As sea levels rise, what starts as a few times per year becomes monthly, then weekly, eventually perhaps daily. Each deployment costs money and disrupts maritime traffic to and from Venice. The system requires constant maintenance. The barriers themselves will eventually wear out and need replacement. And if sea levels rise beyond certain thresholds, Mose simply won't be tall enough. The barriers can only rise so far. And if sea level exceeds that height, the city floods regardless. So Mose is buying time. It's a multi-billion euro investment in postponing the inevitable rather than solving the underlying problem. And the underlying problem that Venice is built on unstable ground in a lagoon with rising sea levels has no engineering solution. You can raise barriers, install pumps, reinforce foundations, elevate buildings. But eventually, the cost of fighting the sea exceeds the value of the city, or the barriers fail, or the sea simply rises higher than can be managed. Eventually, Venice faces a choice: abandon its historical location or accept that large portions of the city will be permanently underwater. Miami Beach, on the other side of the Atlantic, is experiencing its own version of this crisis in Fast Forward. The city sits on a barrier island with an average elevation of under 2 meters. Much of the city is less than a meter above current sea level, and Miami Beach experiences sunny day flooding during high tides, even when there's no storm, no heavy rain, no unusual weather at all. The water simply rises during high tide and comes up through storm drains, flooding streets, parking lots, the ground floors of buildings. The city has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in adaptation measures. They've raised streets by installing new pavement on top of old, creating a stepped effect where sidewalks are now lower than roadways, requiring new stairs and ramps for pedestrians. They've installed a network of pumps, over 80 massive pumps, that continuously pull seawater from flooded areas and pump it back into the ocean, essentially fighting a hydraulic battle they can never ultimately win. They've implemented new building codes requiring structures to be elevated. These measures help. They reduce flooding frequency, protect property, allow the city to continue functioning, but they're expensive. They require constant maintenance and operation, and they're not permanent solutions. Each year, sea levels rise a few more millimeters. Each year, the high tides reach a bit higher. Each year, the pumps have to work harder and more frequently. And there's a point not in the distant future, but potentially within current residents' lifetimes, when the adaptation measures are overwhelmed, when the cost of protecting Miami Beach exceeds its value, when the city simply can't function anymore, because critical infrastructure is flooded too often. Some projections suggest that with 1 meter of sea level rise, which could occur by the late 21st or early 22nd century under moderate emissions scenarios, large portions of Miami Beach would be underwater at high tide. With 2 meters of rise, most of the city becomes uninhabitable without massive and continuous pumping. At that point, you're not really maintaining a city, you're maintaining a very expensive aquarium with a few buildings inside it. Jakarta represents perhaps the most dramatic example of a major city facing imminent crisis. The Indonesian capital is subsiding at rates of 7 to 25 centimeters per year in some districts, among the fastest subsidence rates of any major city in the world. The primary cause is groundwater extraction, as Jakarta's population has exploded to over 10 million in the city proper and over 30 million in the metropolitan area. Residents and businesses have drilled tens of thousands of wells to extract groundwater. Removing the water causes the aquifer layers to compact and the land surface above subsides. Add natural deltaic subsidence to anthropogenic subsidence, add rising sea levels, and you get a crisis. Parts of Jakarta are already below sea level and protected only by a deteriorating sea wall. The northern districts, where many of the city's poorest residents live, flood regularly with a toxic mix of seawater, rainwater, and sewage. During the rainy season, flooding can last for weeks. Some areas experience permanent flooding buildings, standing in water year-round, accessible only by boat. The Indonesian government has announced a radical solution: move the capital. They're planning to relocate the capital to East Kalimantan on the island of Borneo, constructing an entirely new city at a cost estimated at 33 billion. It's an extraordinary undertaking and an admission that Jakarta's problems are essentially unsolvable. You can't stop the subsidence without stopping groundwater extraction, but you can't stop groundwater extraction without providing an alternative water supply, which requires infrastructure Jakarta can't afford. You can't defend against rising seas indefinitely when the land itself is sinking faster than sea levels are rising. At some point, retreat becomes the only viable option, but relocating a capital doesn't solve the problem for the 30 million people who live in Greater Jakarta. Most of them can't afford to move to the new capital, even if there were housing and jobs waiting for them. They'll stay in Jakarta, dealing with increasing flooding, deteriorating infrastructure, diminishing economic opportunities as government and business relocate. Jakarta is likely becoming the first megacity to be substantially abandoned due to environmental factors, not quickly, not dramatically, but through a slow hemorrhage of population and investment over decades. Bangkok, Shanghai, Manila, Dhaka, Karachi, Mumbai, Lagos, Dar es Salaam. The list of coastal megacities facing similar challenges is long and sobering. Each has its own specific combination of risk factors: subsidence, rising sea levels, storm surge vulnerability, inadequate infrastructure, large and growing populations, insufficient resources for adaptation. Each is pursuing some combination of engineering solutions: seawalls, pumps, elevated construction, and none have solutions that will work indefinitely against continued sea level rise. The economic implications are staggering. These aren't small coastal villages, they're major population and economic centers. Shanghai alone has a metropolitan population over 24 million, and generates hundreds of billions of dollars in annual economic output. Mumbai is India's financial capital, home to major banks, corporations, stock exchanges. Lagos is Nigeria's economic engine and one of the fastest growing cities in the world, projected to reach 40 million people by mid-century. The idea of these cities becoming partially or substantially uninhabitable seems almost impossible to contemplate, yet the trajectory is clear. Estimates for the global cost of adapting to sea level rise vary widely depending on assumptions about future emissions, future economic growth, and what level of protection is considered feasible. But numbers in the trillions of dollars for the 21st century are common. Some studies suggest 14 trillion or more might be needed to protect coastal infrastructure worldwide from moderate sea level rise. For perspective, that's roughly equivalent to the entire annual GDP of the United States. And that's just for protection. It doesn't include the costs of damage that occurs despite protective measures, or the economic losses from areas that can't be protected and must be abandoned. There's also the human cost of displacement. Current estimates suggest that 200 to 300 million people could be displaced by rising sea levels over the course of the 21st century, depending on emissions pathways and adaptation measures. That's roughly equivalent to the entire population of the United States becoming climate refugees. Where do they go? How are they resettled? What happens to the social, economic, and political systems when hundreds of millions of people are forced to leave their homes? History provides limited guidance because nothing in recorded history compares to the scale of potential climate-driven migration. Individual cities have been abandoned. We've explored many of them underwater, but never has humanity faced the prospect of so many major cities becoming partially or completely uninhabitable within the span of a century or two. We're in uncharted territory, quite literally making it up as we go, hoping that some combination of emissions reductions, technological innovation, and adaptation will prevent the worst scenarios from materializing. And here's where the comparison to ancient drowned cities becomes particularly pointed. Ancient peoples largely had no warning. Pavla Petri's residents couldn't have known that post-glacial sea level rise would eventually drown their town. Alexandria's builders couldn't have predicted the specific earthquakes that would drop their palace into the sea. Even if they had some general awareness that coasts could change, they lacked the scientific understanding to predict when or how or to what extent. We have that knowledge. We understand the mechanisms. We can measure current rates of sea level rise and ice sheet melt. We can model future scenarios with reasonable accuracy. We know which cities are most vulnerable and approximately when the risks will become critical. We have decades of warning, potentially more than a century, depending on location and emissions pathway. We have time to adapt, to relocate, to change course. The question is whether we will. So far, the answer seems to be some adaptation, some denial, some hope that technology will save us, some assumption that future generations will solve future problems. We're spending billions on protective measures like MOEs and Miami Beach's pumps, measures that buy time but don't solve the fundamental problem. We're still building in vulnerable coastal areas, still concentrating population and economic activity in places we know are at risk, still acting as if somehow the laws of physics won't apply to us. As if our modern technology and wealth will exempt us from the patterns that have drowned every other coastal civilization. It's possible we're different. It's possible that our engineering capabilities, our wealth, our scientific understanding really do allow us to do what ancient peoples couldn't build and maintain major cities in locations that are fundamentally vulnerable to rising seas. It's possible that some combination of emissions reductions, adaptation measures, and technological innovation will allow Venice and Miami and Jakarta and Shanghai to survive and thrive for centuries to come. But it's also possible, perhaps more likely, that we're just repeating the pattern with better understanding, but no better outcomes. That future archaeologists will dive through the flooded streets of modern cities and wonder why we didn't act more decisively when we had the chance, why we kept building in places we knew would flood, why we chose short-term convenience over long-term survival. The comparison extends beyond just physical infrastructure. Ancient Alexandria was a center of learning, home to the great library, a repository of invaluable knowledge and culture. When parts of the city sank, when the library burned, humanity lost not just buildings, but irreplaceable cultural and intellectual heritage. Modern coastal cities are similarly irreplaceable in many ways. Venice holds art and architecture that exists nowhere else on Earth, Renaissance palaces, Byzantine basilicas, centuries of cultural accumulation that can't be simply moved or replicated elsewhere. Mumbai has its own unique culture, its film industry, its particular blend of traditions and modernity. Jakarta, Bangkok, Lagos, each is culturally distinct. Each represents a unique expression of human civilization that would be diminished or lost if the city becomes uninhabitable. And then there's the psychological and social cost of losing a city. Places have meaning beyond their physical or economic value. They're where people grew up, where families have lived for generations, where communities have formed and memories have been made. The idea of abandoning Alexandria or Venice or Miami Beach isn't just a matter of relocating population and economic activity. It's about losing places that are woven into personal and cultural identity. It's about severing connections to the past, disrupting communities, forcing people to start over in unfamiliar locations. For wealthy cities like Venice or Miami Beach, there's at least the possibility of managed retreat, of relocating residents and businesses to safer locations, of preserving cultural treasures in museums elsewhere. For poorer cities, the options are bleaker. When Jakarta floods, when Lagos experiences storm surge, when Dhaka's low-lying areas go underwater, the people affected are often those with the fewest resources to relocate, the least political power to demand protection, the most vulnerability to climate impacts. Climate change and sea level rise are, among other things, justice issues. The costs fall disproportionately on those least able to bear them. The cities beneath the waves are not just artifacts of ancient history. They're mirrors showing us our own reflection, our own choices, our own vulnerability. They're warnings written in stone and sediment, preserved in salt water for anyone willing to look. They tell us that coastal cities have always been temporary on geological timescales, that the ocean always wins eventually, that the same processes that drowned Heracleion and Alexandria's palace and Pavlopetri are still operating, still threatening, still inexorable. The question isn't whether we'll lose cities. The question is how many, and whether we'll learn from the ones we've already lost. Section 13 Lessons from the Deep. If the drowned cities are warnings, they're also teachers. They don't just tell us what to avoid, they show us how people responded to coastal threats, what worked and what didn't, what's possible and what's futile. The archaeological evidence reveals a range of human responses to rising waters and sinking land, from denial to adaptation to strategic retreat, and embedded in those ancient responses are lessons that remain relevant today as we face similar challenges on a vastly larger scale. Start with the most difficult lesson sometimes: retreat is the only viable option. The archaeological record shows clear evidence of planned abandonment at several sites. Pavlopetri, for instance, wasn't abandoned in panic. There's no sign of catastrophic destruction, no evidence of sudden disaster. Instead, the site shows signs of orderly departure. Valuable portable items were removed, but heavier items like storage jars and architectural elements were left behind. This pattern suggests the residents recognized that the town was becoming uninhabitable, probably due to increasing flooding as sea levels rose, and made a deliberate decision to relocate. They didn't wait for catastrophe, they anticipated it and moved proactively. This represents a particular kind of wisdom, the ability to recognize when a place is no longer viable, to accept loss, to relocate rather than fight a battle that can't be won. It's psychologically difficult. These places were home. They represented generations of investment and memory. Abandoning them meant admitting defeat. But the alternative was staying until forced out by circumstance, potentially losing lives as well as property. Certainly losing more in the chaos of crisis compared to the relative order of planned departure. Modern parallels exist. The Indonesian decision to relocate the capital from Jakarta is essentially this same calculation. Writ large, the problems are too severe to fix. The costs of staying exceed the costs of leaving. Managed retreat is better than unmanaged crisis. It's an enormous undertaking, vastly more complex than a Bronze Age village relocating, but the fundamental logic is the same. But retreat isn't always necessary or appropriate. Sometimes adaptation works, at least temporarily, and the archaeological evidence shows that ancient peoples understood this too. At several sites, archaeologists have found evidence of successive adaptations to encroaching water. At Heraklion, there are signs that the city was rebuilt multiple times, with structures constructed on progressively higher ground as flooding increased. Harbour works were reinforced and elevated. Sea walls were built and rebuilt. The residents clearly understood their city was at risk and invested considerable resources in protecting it. This bought time. Heraklion remained viable for centuries despite ongoing subsidence. Eventually, of course, the adaptations became insufficient and the city was abandoned. But those centuries mattered. Generations of people lived full lives there because earlier generations invested in protection rather than immediate abandonment. The city served its economic and cultural purpose for far longer than it would have without adaptation efforts. Modern coastal cities are pursuing similar strategies with far more sophisticated technology. The Netherlands provides the most advanced and comprehensive example of how to live with water, rather than simply fighting against it or retreating from it. The Dutch have been managing below sea level land for centuries. Much of the country, about a quarter of its land area, lies below sea level, and another quarter lies less than a meter above. Without constant water management, large portions of the Netherlands would be underwater. But rather than abandoning these areas, the Dutch have developed extraordinarily sophisticated systems for controlling water dikes to keep the sea out, pumps to remove water that seeps through or falls as rain, careful land management to prevent subsidence, flood-resistant architecture, and comprehensive planning that treats water management as a core function of government. The Dutch approach isn't simply to build walls and hope they hold. It's to accept that water will always be present, to design systems that work with water rather than purely against it, to build redundancy and flexibility into those systems, and to invest continuously in maintaining and improving them. Modern Dutch water management includes innovations like water plazas, public squares, that double as temporary retention basins during heavy rainfall, serving both recreational and functional purposes. It includes floating buildings and amphibious architecture designed to rise with floodwaters rather than be damaged by them. It includes the massive Maaslandkering storm surge barrier, one of the largest moving structures on Earth, which can close to protect Rotterdam from North Sea storm surges. Crucially, the Dutch approach is comprehensive and long-term. Water management isn't an afterthought or an emergency response. It's baked into every aspect of planning and governance. There's broad political consensus that the investment is necessary and worth it. The expertise is deep. Generations of Dutch engineers have specialized in water management, developing knowledge and techniques that other countries are only beginning to adopt. Can this model scale to global coastal cities? Partially. The Netherlands is wealthy, relatively small, highly organized, and has centuries of experience. Most coastal cities lack some or all of these advantages, but elements of the Dutch approach are transferable. The emphasis on working with water rather than just fighting it, the importance of comprehensive planning, the need for ongoing investment in maintenance and improvement rather than one-time fixes. Some cities are experimenting with Dutch-inspired approaches. Copenhagen is installing cloudburst boulevards designed to channel flood water safely through urban areas during extreme rainfall. Singapore is incorporating floating platforms and water retention features into urban design. Bangkok is developing water management strategies that embrace the city's relationship with rivers and tides rather than trying to eliminate flooding entirely. But there are limits to adaptation, especially given the pace and scale of current sea level rise. The Netherlands can manage current water levels, but projections of 1 or 2 meters of sea level rise by 2100 would challenge even Dutch capabilities. At some point, the costs of protection exceed what's economically viable. At some point, you're not maintaining a city, you're maintaining an expensive monument to optimism surrounded by hostile water. This raises the cultural preservation question: what do we lose if we abandon cities? The material losses are obvious: buildings, infrastructure, physical artifacts. But cities are more than physical structures. They're repositories of culture, identity, memory, community. Venice isn't just a collection of Renaissance buildings that could theoretically be reconstructed elsewhere. It's a unique urban form shaped by water, a particular way of life that emerged from its specific geography, a symbol recognized worldwide. Mumbai isn't just its economy and population, it's Bollywood, its specific traditions of coexistence among diverse communities. its particular foods and languages and customs that emerged from its unique history and location. If these places become uninhabitable, some of what makes them significant can be preserved elsewhere: art in museums, traditions maintained by relocated communities, digital documentation of architecture and urban form. But something is inevitably lost: the lived experience of the place, the way it feels to actually be there. The authentic context in which culture developed these can't be fully captured or relocated. This argues for preservation efforts that go beyond physical protection. Digital archaeology is increasingly important not just for underwater sites, but for all threatened heritage. Comprehensive 3D documentation using photogrammetry, laser scanning, and other techniques can create detailed virtual records of cities as they exist now. These digital twins don't replace the physical places, but they preserve information that would otherwise be lost. Future generations could virtually explore Venice or Alexandria, even if the physical sites are partially or completely submerged. Projects like Soyak and similar initiatives are working to create digital records of culturally significant sites worldwide, creating a backup for human heritage in case the physical originals are lost to climate change, war, or other disasters. For underwater sites themselves, this documentation is crucial because many are deteriorating. The same water that preserved them is slowly wearing them away. Biological activity is breaking down structures. Human activities like shipping and fishing threaten damage. But documentation isn't the same as saving. It's triage, saving what we can when we can't save everything. The ideal would be to preserve both the physical places and the cultural traditions associated with them, to protect heritage in situ rather than just recording it before it's gone, which returns us to the practical question: how can we actually protect coastal cities? Lessons from ancient sites suggest several principles. First, early action is vastly more effective than late reaction. Heraclean's residents, who reinforced structures and built sea walls, early bought the city centuries of additional viability. Dunwich's residents, who waited until buildings were already falling into the sea, could do little except watch. Modern cities, facing known sea level rise, should be investing now in adaptation, not waiting until crisis forces expensive emergency responses. Second, adaptation needs to be comprehensive and ongoing, not one-time fixes. Muse in Venice is impressive engineering, but it's essentially a single-point solution. If it fails or becomes insufficient, the city floods. The Dutch approach of multiple overlapping systems, continuous maintenance, and planned improvement is more resilient. Third, some locations may simply not be defensible at reasonable cost. Port Royal experienced catastrophic liquefaction because it was built on unstable sand. No amount of engineering could have prevented that. The geology was fundamentally unsuitable. Modern cities built on rapidly subsiding deltas, on barrier islands barely above sea level, on seismically active coasts in tsunami zones. Some of these locations may be indefensible against the combination of threats they face. Honest assessment of what's actually possible, rather than optimistic assumptions that technology will somehow solve everything, needs to guide decisions about where to invest in protection versus where to plan for retreat. Fourth, cultural and psychological factors matter as much as engineering. People won't voluntarily leave places they consider home based on abstract projections of future risk. Adaptation efforts need to respect community attachment to place, involve affected populations in planning, and find ways to preserve cultural identity even if physical relocation becomes necessary. The most sophisticated engineering solution fails if the community it's meant to serve rejects it or can't maintain it. Ancient drowned cities also teach us about timescales. The processes that sank these places operated over decades, centuries, sometimes millennia. The timescales for current sea level rise are faster. We're seeing changes in decades that might have taken centuries in the past, but they're still long enough that urgent action doesn't feel urgent day to day. This is a cognitive challenge. How do we maintain focus and investment in addressing through threats that manifest slowly over timeframes longer than election cycles or quarterly financial reports? Perhaps the most important lesson is simply this: it happens. Cities do drown. Civilizations do lose major population centers to rising waters. This isn't just theoretical or methodological, it's documented. It's real. It's happened repeatedly throughout human history. The underwater ruins are physical proof that even sophisticated, wealthy, powerful civilizations with impressive engineering capabilities can lose cities to the sea. We're not immune. Our technology is more advanced than ancient peoples. Our wealth is greater. Our understanding is deeper. But the fundamental dynamic remains the same. Coasts are valuable. Coasts are vulnerable. And sometimes the vulnerability wins. Acknowledging this isn't defeatism, it's realism. And realism is the necessary foundation for effective response. What would effective response look like? Probably a combination of all the approaches we've discussed: aggressive emissions reductions to limit the pace of sea level rise, comprehensive adaptation efforts in defensible locations, using approaches proven to work like Dutch water management strategies, planned and funded relocation from indefensible locations before crisis forces it, massive investment in coastal protection infrastructure, cultural preservation efforts, both physical and digital, and honest public discourse about costs, risks, and choices. None of this is happening at the scale or pace required. But it could happen. We have the knowledge, the technology, the resources. What we lack is collective will, political courage, and perhaps the psychological capacity to truly internalize risks that manifest over timescales longer than individual human attention spans. The cities beneath the waves ask us, will you learn? Will you act? Or will you, like so many before you, prioritize short-term convenience over long-term survival? Assume that somehow you'll be the exception to historical patterns. Build cities you know will flood because the flooding seems distant and abstract compared to today's profits and comforts. The stones underwater don't judge. They just wait, patient and silent, preserving the evidence of what happens when civilizations fail to adapt to changing coastlines. They'll preserve our cities too, if it comes to that, holding them in salt water and sediment for future archaeologists to explore and puzzle over, wondering why we didn't act when we had the chance. But perhaps that's the deepest lesson: acceptance. Not resignation, not defeatism, but honest acknowledgement of impermanence. The drowned cities teach that nothing lasts forever, that even our greatest achievements are temporary, that loss is inevitable. But they also teach that meaning doesn't require permanence, that the value of what we build isn't negated by its eventual loss, that civilizations can end while humanity continues. The question isn't whether we can save every city. prevent every loss, engineer perfect solutions that last forever. The question is whether we can respond wisely to the challenges we face, whether we can accept difficult truths and make hard choices, whether we can balance preservation and adaptation with acceptance of necessary loss. The ocean has always been humanity's partner and antagonist, provider and destroyer, highway and barrier. The drowned cities remind us that this relationship is ongoing, that the boundary between land and sea has never been fixed, that living with the ocean requires wisdom as much as engineering. There are practical examples of communities that have successfully navigated this relationship. Beyond the Netherlands, consider the Maldives, which has developed coral safe flood protection methods that work with natural ecosystems rather than against them. Consider Singapore's Marina Barrage, which serves triple functions as water storage, flood control, and recreational space. Consider indigenous communities in Alaska and the Pacific Islands that are undertaking the painful but necessary process of relocating entire villages from eroding coastlines to safer locations, doing so in ways that preserve community bonds and cultural continuity. These examples share common elements: early recognition of risk, community involvement in planning, solutions that work with natural systems rather than purely engineering approaches, willingness to make difficult choices, including relocation when necessary, and investment in both physical infrastructure and social resilience. They also share honest acknowledgement of what can and cannot be achieved. The Maldives flood protection measures by time, but the nation's government openly acknowledges that with significant sea level rise, the country may become uninhabitable. Alaskan villages relocating from eroding coastlines mourn what they're losing: ancestral lands, traditional hunting and fishing sites, graves of Generation 7, as they accept the necessity of moving. Singapore's solutions work for a wealthy city-state with strong centralized planning. They're not directly transferable to sprawling megacities with limited resources and weak governance. The drowned cities remind us that resilience isn't about invulnerability. It's about the capacity to adapt, to absorb losses, to continue. The residents of Heracleon who rebuilt after floods, who adapted their city to changing conditions multiple times over centuries, were resilient not because they prevented all damage, but because they continued despite damage. Eventually, the city was abandoned, but it had served its purpose for many generations before that end came. Modern resilience planning draws on these historical lessons. It emphasizes multiple layers of protection rather than single solutions, diverse strategies rather than one-size-fits-all approaches, flexibility to adjust as conditions change rather than rigid adherence to initial plans, and honest assessment of what's worth protecting at what cost rather than attempting to save everything regardless of expense. Perhaps the real lesson is about acceptance, not passive resignation, but active acknowledgement of impermanence as the foundation for wise action. We build knowing that nothing lasts forever. We protect what we can while accepting that some loss is inevitable. We adapt to changing conditions rather than demanding that conditions remain unchanged. We find meaning in the act of building and the experiences of living rather than requiring permanence as a prerequisite for value. The drowned cities embody this lesson. They failed as physical places. They're underwater, uninhabited, no longer serving their original purposes. but they succeed as memory, as teaching, as evidence of human creativity and persistence. They remind us what we're capable of building and what we're capable of losing. They show us that both the building and the losing are part of the human story, that neither negates the other. As we face our own coastal challenges, as we decide which cities to protect and how, which to abandon and when, how to balance costs and benefits, engineering and ecology, preservation and adaptation, the drowned cities offer not answers, but perspective. They've travelled this path before. They know where it leads, and they wait beneath the waves, patient witnesses to humanity's ongoing negotiation with the sea. Section 14, The Ocean Remembers. Look at a map of Earth from space, those iconic images that astronauts have brought back, that satellites capture constantly, that show our planet as a blue marble floating in the darkness. The dominant colour isn't the green of forests, or the brown of deserts, or the white of ice caps. It's blue, water, ocean. Over 70% of Earth's surface is covered by saltwater seas. From a cosmic perspective, we don't live on Earth, we live on ocean, occasionally interrupted by land. This perspective matters because it reminds us of something we tend to forget. We are visitors on the ocean's planet. Humans are terrestrial creatures, adapted for land, requiring air to breathe and solid ground to walk on. But the planet we inhabit is predominantly aquatic. The ocean was here billions of years before us, will be here billions of years after us, and throughout our brief presence, it shapes our story in ways both obvious and subtle. The coastlines where we build our cities are the boundary zones between these two realms, between the terrestrial world we inhabit and the aquatic world that dominates the planet. These boundaries are, by their nature, unstable, negotiated, constantly shifting. A coastline isn't a line at all. Really, it's a zone, a gradient, a space where two different systems meet and interact and compete for dominance. The tide comes in and goes out twice daily, claiming and relinquishing the same ground in an endless rhythm. Storms push water farther inland temporarily. Droughts and low tides expose more seafloor briefly. Over longer timescales, sea levels rise and fall dramatically, moving the effective coastline kilometers or tens of kilometers inland or seaward. We build cities on these boundaries anyway. We always have, because coastlines, despite their impermanence, offer something irresistible access to both terrestrial and maritime resources, to both land-based and ocean-based economies, to both local production and global trade. Think about why civilizations emerge where they do. Agriculture is crucial. You need reliable food production to support large populations and complex societies. But agriculture alone doesn't create the kind of dense, wealthy, culturally sophisticated civilizations we've been exploring. For that, you need trade. You need the ability to exchange goods and ideas over long distances, to connect different regions with different resources and different knowledge, to create economic and cultural networks that span hundreds or thousands of kilometers. And for most of human history, the ocean was the highway that made this possible. Overland trade existed, certainly camel caravans crossing deserts, merchants following river valleys, traders hiking through mountain passes. But maritime trade was faster, could carry more cargo, was often safer and more reliable. A ship could transport in one voyage what would require dozens of pack animals overland. A sea route could connect regions separated by impassable terrain. a port city could become a hub where goods and people and ideas from across an ocean came together, mixed, created something new. So coastal cities weren't just convenient, they were essential to the development of complex civilizations. Alexandria wasn't great. Because it was in Egypt, it was great. Because it sat at the intersection of Mediterranean and Red Sea trade routes, connecting 3 continents. Venice became wealthy not because of local Italian resources, but because it controlled trade between Europe and Asia. Mumbai, Jakarta, Singapore, New York, San Francisco, Shanghai, all the major coastal cities became major precisely because of their maritime connections. The ocean enabled our greatest cities, the same ocean that now threatens them with rising waters, that drowns them eventually, that reclaims what we build on its shores. That ocean is also the reason these cities existed in the first place. It's both creator and destroyer, enabler and threat, the source of prosperity and the cause of loss. This paradox runs deep through human civilization. We're drawn to coastlines by necessity and opportunity, even though coastlines are fundamentally impermanent. We build knowing the ocean might take what we build, and we build anyway, because the benefits seem worth the risks, because the ocean offers resources and connections we can't easily find elsewhere, because we need the coast more than the coast needs us. And maybe that's okay. Maybe the impermanence is part of the value, not a flaw but a feature, not a problem to solve but a reality to accept. Consider the timescales involved. On human timescales, the span of individual lives, of generations, even of entire civilizations' coastlines, appear relatively stable. The shore is where you found it yesterday, where it was last year, where your grandparents remember it being. The changes are slow enough to ignore in daily life. You build your house, your harbour, your city, and for your entire lifetime, for your children's and grandchildren's lifetimes, it stays more or less where you built it. But on geological timescales, coastlines are anything but stable. Over hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of years, they move dramatically. Ice ages lock water in glaciers, lowering sea levels by 100 meters, exposing vast continental shelves. Interglacial periods melt the ice, raising seas, flooding low-lying land. Tectonic processes lift some coasts and lower others. Sediment deposited by rivers builds deltas out into the sea. Erosion removes coastline, pulling it back inland. The boundary between land and sea is in constant motion, just too slow for human perception to easily register. And this mismatch between human and geological timescales creates a cognitive trap. We experience coastlines as stable, so we treat them as permanent. We invest in them as if they'll last forever. We build cities that represent centuries of accumulated wealth and effort, and we locate those cities on boundaries that, geologically speaking, are temporary features that will inevitably change. The drowned cities tell us this has always been true. Pavlopetri's residents couldn't have comprehended that they were building during a period of ongoing sea level rise following the last ice age, that the Bronze Age represented a brief window when the coast happened to be in a particular position, that in a few more centuries the ocean would be higher and their town would be underwater. They experienced the coast as stable because within their lifetimes and their cultural memory, it was stable. We're doing the same thing. We know intellectually that sea levels change over time, that current rise is accelerating, that our coastal cities are vulnerable. But experientially, day to day, the coast seems stable. The ocean is where it was yesterday, where it was last year, where maps show it should be. The threat feels abstract, distant, like something that might happen to future generations, but not to us personally. This isn't ignorance or denial, it's a limitation of human perception and cognition. We're not built to intuitively grasp processes that unfold over centuries. Evolution shaped our brains to deal with immediate threats and opportunities, with changes on timescales of seconds to years, not decades to millennia. Understanding geological time intellectually doesn't give us an emotional, visceral sense of its reality. The slow processes feel less real than the immediate present, even when intellectually we know they're just as real and potentially more consequential. But the ocean doesn't care about human perception or timescales. It operates according to physics and chemistry, responding to planetary energy balance, to ice sheet dynamics, to tectonic forces. It rises or falls based on temperature and ice volume, not on whether we're ready for the change or whether it's convenient for our cities. It erodes coastlines at rates determined by wave energy and rock hardness, not by our investment in coastal property. It follows its own rhythms, its own cycles, indifferent to human concerns. And in that indifference lies a kind of peace, if we can accept it. The ocean isn't trying to destroy our cities. It's not angry or vengeful or even aware of us. It's simply being ocean, doing what oceans do, responding to planetary conditions according to physical laws that don't distinguish between human structures and natural geology. When the ocean rises and floods a coastal city, it's not attacking, it's just occupying space that physical conditions make available. When erosion removes a cliff and the buildings on it fall into the sea, gravity and wave energy are just doing what they do without malice or intent. This perspective of the ocean as a natural system operating according to impersonal physical laws can feel cold, uncaring, disturbing. We want the world to care about us, to notice our achievements, to respond to our needs. The indifference of natural processes to human concerns feels like a kind of cosmic loneliness. But it can also feel liberating. If the ocean isn't attacking us, if it's just being ocean, then the loss of coastal cities isn't a moral judgment on humanity. It's not punishment for our hubris or sins. It's just the inevitable result of building on boundaries that move, of making homes in zones where two different systems compete, of trying to claim permanent territory in a space that's fundamentally transitional. The drowned cities aren't evidence that those civilizations failed. They're evidence that those civilizations were human drawn to coastlines by necessity and opportunity, building impressive cities despite the risks, creating beauty and culture and achievement in places that would eventually be reclaimed by the sea, living fully in spaces that were never permanent. And their drowning doesn't erase their significance. Pavla Petri mattered to the people who lived there 5,000 years ago, even though it's underwater now. Alexandria's palace was a center of power and culture for centuries, even though it sank eventually. Port Royal was a thriving city right up until the moment the earthquake struck. The eventual loss doesn't retroactively void the value of the life lived in these places. Maybe this is the real treasure these cities offer us, not warnings, not engineering lessons, not even archaeological knowledge, valuable as all those things are. Maybe the real treasure is perspective, the understanding that impermanence doesn't negate meaning, that loss is inevitable, but life is still worth living, that we can build and love and create knowing that nothing lasts forever, that the value is in the building and the loving and the creating, not in the permanence of what we've built. Earth is ocean, occasionally interrupted by land. We live in the interruptions, in the spaces the ocean hasn't claimed or has temporarily relinquished. We build our cities in these spaces knowing, or should know, that the ocean might want them back eventually, and we build them anyway, because that's what humans do. We create, we inhabit, we make homes and communities and civilizations in whatever spaces are available, however temporary those spaces might prove to be. The ocean remembers every coastline that ever was, every configuration of land and sea that Earth has cycled through over billions of years, not in memory, not with consciousness, but in the physical record in sediment layers, in fossil distributions, in isotope ratios that record past sea levels, in the shapes of submerged valleys and drowned river systems, in the coral reefs that mark ancient shorelines, in the drowned cities that mark where humans built when the boundary was in different positions. That record tells us that change is the only constant, that boundaries shift, that what's dry land in one era is seafloor in another, that the coast is always where it currently is, but never where it permanently will be. It tells us that humans have always inhabited these moving boundaries, have always built on coastlines, despite their impermanence, have always accepted the implicit bargain live by the ocean, and the ocean might someday reclaim your home. And we keep accepting that bargain, keep building coastal cities, keep living on boundaries we know will shift, because the alternative, avoiding all coastlines, staying far inland, forsaking the benefits of maritime access, seems worse than accepting the risk. The ocean connects us to the wider world. It provides resources. It enables the kind of trade and cultural exchange that creates complex civilizations. Life without it would be diminished in ways that seem unacceptable, even knowing the costs. So we build. We adapt when we can. We retreat when we must. We lose cities to the sea and mourn them and build new ones. We carry forward, always in relationship with the ocean, always negotiating the boundary between its realm and ours, always aware at some level that the boundary moves, but choosing to build on it anyway. The ocean remembers all of this, every city we've built and lost, every civilization that rose on coastlines and fell when those coastlines moved, every human story that played out in the zones where land meets sea, not with consciousness, not with judgment, but simply by being there, by being the medium that preserves what sinks into it, by holding the drowned cities in suspension beneath the waves, keeping them as physical evidence of the ongoing negotiation between humanity and the sea. And perhaps that's the real treasure these cities offer us, not solutions, not guarantees, not security, but honest acknowledgement of the relationship we have with the ocean, necessary, beautiful, dangerous, unequal, enduring. We need the ocean more than it needs us. It was here first and will be here last. In the time between, we live on its shores, build our cities at its edge, thrive because of it, and occasionally drown because of it, and carry forward the ancient human tradition of making homes in places we know aren't forever, because home is where we are, not where we'll always be. Think about your own relationship with the ocean, wherever you are right now. Maybe you live on a coast, can walk to the beach, hear waves at night, smell salt air on certain winds. Maybe you're far inland, hundreds or thousands of miles from the nearest sea, yet still connected through trade networks, through food that traveled on container ships, through weather patterns influenced by ocean temperatures, through the simple fact of living on a planet that's mostly water. Whether you realize it daily or not, the ocean shapes your life. It regulates global climate, absorbing heat and carbon dioxide, driving weather patterns, making large portions of Earth habitable that would otherwise be too hot or too cold. It provides food, fish and shellfish and seaweed that feed billions of people. It enables trade. The vast majority of global commerce moves on ships. It influences culture. How many songs, stories, paintings, films take the ocean as subject or setting? How much of human mythology and religion is shaped by maritime experience? And it influences history in ways both subtle and dramatic. The ocean enabled the Phoenicians to create a trading empire, allowed the Polynesians to settle islands across the Pacific, let European powers colonize distant continents, made the global economy possible. But it also drowned Petri and Alexandria and Heracleon, limited where civilizations could safely build, created vulnerabilities that earthquakes and tsunamis and rising seas could exploit. This dual nature enabler and threatener, provider and destroyer makes the ocean perhaps the most important non-human factor in human history. We are, unavoidably, an oceanic species, even those of us who never see the sea. Our civilizations are built on coastlines, and our economies depend on maritime trade, and our very survival depends on ocean-driven climate regulation. The ocean is not something separate from human experience. It's woven through the fabric of what it means to be human on this particular planet. And recognizing that integration, that deep connection, changes how we might think about the drowned cities. They're not just ruins, not just lost places, not just warnings. They're evidence of the relationship chapters in the long, ongoing story of humans and oceans, of building on boundaries and accepting risks, of thriving because of maritime access, and sometimes paying the price for that access. The ocean remembers this story because it is this story. Every drowned city is a sentence in a narrative that began when the first humans built the first permanent settlements on the first coastlines, that continues today as we build bigger cities on the same vulnerable coasts that will continue into whatever future unfolds. The story isn't about victory or defeat, about successfully conquering the ocean or foolishly challenging it. The story is about coexistence, negotiation, the endless dance of building and losing, advancing and retreating, claiming and relinquishing that defines life on ocean boundaries, and maybe understanding this, really feeling it, not just knowing it intellectually, brings a kind of peace, not resignation or despair, but acceptance of the terms of existence on a planet that's mostly water. We live here by permission of physical laws that don't care about our preferences. We build knowing nothing is permanent. We love places knowing we might lose them. We create civilizations knowing they'll eventually fall. And we do it all anyway, not in spite of the impermanence, but simply alongside it, accepting that meaning doesn't require permanence, that value doesn't demand eternity. The drowned cities understand this better than we do. If stone and sediment can be said to understand anything, they rest quietly beneath the waves, no longer fighting, no longer striving, simply being evidence of what was, witnesses to what is, silent teachers for whatever comes next. Section 15, Beneath the Waves Return With Me. One last time to where we began 40 feet beneath the Mediterranean Sea, off the coast of Alexandria, Egypt, where the Sphinx stares upward through green-blue water. The carved stone face that greeted us at the start of this journey is still there, still keeping watch, still bearing silent witness to the drowned palace district scattered across the seafloor around it. The Sphinx hasn't moved. It won't move. It will lie there for centuries more, perhaps millennia, gradually wearing away as water and time work their slow erosion, but remaining fundamentally what it is, a monument to power and permanence that became a monument to loss and preservation. The Sphinx that once guarded Cleopatra's palace now guards memory itself, holding space underwater for a civilization that no longer exists except in stone and story. But we've moved. We've travelled far from that initial image, swimming through millennia and across oceans, visiting drowned cities on multiple continents, exploring not just physical ruins, but the human stories behind them, the engineering mysteries they preserve, the knowledge they embody, the warnings they whisper, the lessons they teach. We've descended through Bronze Age towns and Ptolemaic palaces, Roman pleasure cities and medieval ports, Bronze Age urban planning and modern coastal crises. We've touched stones shaped by hands that have been dust for thousands of years. And we've contemplated futures where our own great cities might join them beneath the waves. What have we learned? What do the drowned cities tell us? They tell us that civilizations rise and fall, that cities born are cities that eventually die, that even the most impressive human achievements are temporary when measured against geological time. They tell us that coasts are valuable and vulnerable in equal measure, that the ocean gives and the ocean takes away, that the boundary between land and sea has never been fixed and never will be. They tell us that this has happened before, many times, in many places, to peoples as sophisticated as ourselves, and that it will happen again, inevitably, as long as humans build cities on coastlines that shift. But they also tell us something more hopeful, something about resilience and persistence and the stubborn human habit of building, despite knowing that nothing lasts forever. Pavla Pitri's residents built a town that served their needs for centuries before the sea claimed it. Heraclean functioned as a major port and religious center through multiple adaptations, through repeated floods and reconstructions, providing home and livelihood and meaning to countless generations before its final abandonment. Alexandria's palace was a center of culture and learning and power for centuries. Port Royal thrived as a bustling port city right up until the moment of catastrophe. The eventual loss doesn't negate the value of the life lived in these places. The drowning doesn't retroactively void the meaning created, the love celebrated, the children raised, the work accomplished, the beauty experienced, the connections formed. These cities succeeded in their purpose for as long as they existed, and that success matters regardless of how they ended. And they continue to succeed even in their drowned state. They preserve information about ancient technologies and engineering capabilities that would be lost if these sites had been destroyed on land. They hold artifacts in conditions that allow remarkable preservation. They provide windows into past civilizations that few land sites can match. They teach lessons about coastal vulnerability that remain relevant today. They create connections between past and present, between the living and the dead, between human ambition and natural forces. The cities are lost, yes, but they're also found. They're dead as functioning places, yet alive in memory, in archaeological study, in the wonder they inspire in anyone who dives down to visit them or even just hears about them and imagines what they must be like. This paradox, lost yet found, dead yet alive, runs through everything we've explored. The cities failed as permanent settlements, but succeeded as time capsules. The catastrophes that destroyed them also preserved them. The water that ended their existence as living places enabled their persistence as archaeological sites. Endings and beginnings intertwine in ways that make simple judgment impossible. Failure and success occupy the same space. Maybe that's appropriate for sites that exist between two worlds, suspended between surface and seafloor, between air and water, between past and present, between what was and what might yet be. The drowned cities inhabit threshold spaces, and thresholds are always ambiguous, always both, and rather than either or. And maybe we inhabit similar thresholds ourselves. We live in a time when we can study ancient drowned cities, while our own coastal cities face similar threats. We have knowledge previous generations lacked but struggle to act on that knowledge. We understand intellectually that coastlines shift yet build, as if they're permanent. We recognize patterns from history, yet repeat them anyway. We exist in the space between knowing and doing, between past and future, between the world as it is and the world we're creating. The drowned cities don't judge us for this. They just wait, patient and silent, preserving evidence of their own journeys through similar thresholds, their own negotiations between safety and risk, permanence and change, wisdom and necessity. They've been where we are building on coastlines, thriving despite vulnerabilities, eventually being claimed by the sea. They know the path because they've travelled it, and they rest now beneath the waves, having completed their journey from living city to drowned monument to archaeological site to teaching tool to perhaps something approaching peace. Imagine, for a moment, what future archaeologists might find if our cities join theirs underwater. Miami's Art Deco buildings encrusted with coral. Venice's palaces still recognizable despite centuries of submersion. The Grand Canal, now a submarine canyon. Jakarta's skyscrapers leaning at crazy angles like abstract sculptures. Shanghai's waterfront preserved in silt. Mumbai's colonial architecture housing fish instead of families. What stories will those future ruins tell? What will they preserve about early 21st century civilization? They'll preserve evidence of our engineering capabilities, the reinforced concrete and steel and glass that characterize modern construction. They'll hold artifacts that reveal how we lived smartphones and computers, cars and appliances, the material culture of technological civilization. They'll show our artistic achievements, our architectural ambitions, our economic systems, our social structures. They'll demonstrate that we knew about sea level rise and coastal vulnerability, yet built in threatened locations anyway, creating a puzzle for future historians to solve why did they do this when they knew the risks. And maybe, hopefully, they'll also preserve evidence that we tried, that we invested in adaptation measures, that we attempted to protect what we valued, that we wrestled with difficult choices about preservation versus retreat. that we didn't simply ignore the risks, but struggled honestly with them, made hard decisions, sometimes succeeded and sometimes failed, but persisted in trying to balance coastal cities' value against their vulnerability. The future isn't written. Our cities might join Pavlopetri and Alexandria beneath the waves, or we might successfully adapt to rising seas and shifting coastlines, or more likely some cities lost, others protected, humanity continuing in its ancient pattern of building and adapting and retreating and building again. The ocean will remember whatever unfolds, preserving evidence in sediment and stone and drowned structures, holding the story of our choices and their consequences. But for now, today, the ancient drowned cities still sleep beneath the waves. Pavlopetri's Bronze Age streets still lie in shallow Mediterranean water, undisturbed except by fish and occasional divers. Heracleon's massive temple blocks still rest where they fell or sank, holding space on the Nile Delta seafloor. Port Royal's buildings still stand in Jamaican waters, frozen in their moment of catastrophe. Dunwich's churches still toll their silent bells in the North Sea, and Alexandria's Sphinx still stares upward through 40 feet of green-blue water, keeping watch over a palace that ruled the ancient world and now rules only memory. How many other cities sleep down there? How many settlements from the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, the Classical period, the medieval era, from every phase of human coastal habitation, rest forgotten on continental shelves and in shallow seas and at the mouths of rivers? Most of the ocean floor remains unexplored, unmapped, unknown. Current estimates suggest we've explored less than 20 of the seafloor in any detail. The rest remains mysterious, holding whatever secrets it holds in darkness and pressure and cold, which means there are certainly more drowned cities waiting to be found. More Pavlopetris, more Heracleans, more sites that will rewrite our understanding of ancient civilizations once discovered. The ocean keeps its secrets well, revealing them only when conditions align, when sonar happens to sweep over the right patch of seafloor, when divers happen to explore the right bay, when researchers follow up on legends and local knowledge that point toward underwater ruins. Every new discovery reminds us how much we don't know, how much remains hidden, how much of human history lies beneath waves waiting to be recovered, and that unknowing has its own beauty, its own appeal. The mystery adds richness to the known facts, creates space for imagination and wonder, reminds us that for all our technology and knowledge, the ocean still holds more stories than we've yet heard. So let's end where we began, but with changed perspective. The Sphinx still stares upward through 40 feet of water. But now we understand something of what it's seen the rise and fall of the palace it once guarded. The centuries of Ptolemaic rule, the coming of Rome, the earthquakes and subsidence that gradually put the palace underwater, the long quiet centuries when the site was forgotten, the rediscovery by modern archaeologists, the divers who visit now to touch stones and wonder. We understand that the Sphinx is both unique Cleopatra's guardian, part of one specific palace complex and representative of all the drowned cities, all the monuments that were built to last forever and ended up underwater anyway, all the human achievements that the ocean has claimed and preserved. And we understand something about ourselves, that we're part of this story, not separate from it, that we inhabit the same planet that drowned those cities, build on the same unstable coastlines, face the same negotiation between the ocean's benefits and its threats, that we're connected across time to the people who built Pavlopetri and Alexandria and Heracleon, not through technology or culture or language, but through the simple fact of being human on Earth's coastlines, trying to make homes in places the ocean might someday reclaim. Lie back now if you can. Float on your back in water, or imagine yourself floating if you're far from any water, looking up at the sky while supported by the ocean. Feel the gentle rocking, the wavelets lapping, the cool water on your skin. You're suspended between depths below and air above, held in the boundary zone where humans meet ocean, where land meets sea, where past meets present, and as you float, let your thoughts drift like currents. Don't hold them, don't force them, just let them move through your mind like water through the streets of drowned cities, touching stones and moving on, creating patterns and dispersing, connecting and releasing. Think about the cities beneath the waves, if you want to, or about your own city, your own home, your own relationship with the ocean and with impermanence. Think about what endures and what passes away, about what matters and what doesn't, about how meaning emerges not from permanence, but from the act of living, the quality of attention, the depth of connection, the willingness to build and love and create, even knowing that nothing lasts forever. Or don't think at all. Just float. Just be. Let the water hold you. Let the rhythm of waves regulate your breathing. Let the boundary between your body and the ocean soften. Let yourself simply exist in this moment, suspended, supported, peaceful. The cities beneath the waves aren't going anywhere. They'll wait. They're patient. They've been waiting thousands of years. Already they can wait through this moment while you rest, while you float, while you release whatever you're holding and simply exist in the calm present. The Sphinx will still be there tomorrow, still staring upward through green-blue water. The drowned streets of Pavlopetri will still lie in shallow Mediterranean light. Heracleon's temples will still rest on the delta seafloor. The ocean will still hold all these stories, all these cities, all this evidence of human civilization's dance with the sea. The mysteries will remain mysterious. The lessons will still be available for those who seek them. The wonder will still be waiting. For now, float, breathe, release. Let the water hold you. Let the cities sleep in their quiet depths. Let the ocean keep its memories while you rest in this moment, suspended between surface and deep, between waking and sleeping, between thought and no thought, held safely in the boundary between two worlds, peaceful in the knowledge that some endings are beginnings, some losses are gains, some drownings are preservations, and that meaning doesn't require permanence to be real. The drowned cities understand. They've travelled from building to thriving to catastrophe to drowning to preservation to rediscovery to wonder. They've completed their journey and found peace in their underwater rest. They don't struggle anymore, don't fight the ocean, don't resist the slow erasure of time. They simply exist, bearing witness, holding memory, teaching through their example that acceptance doesn't mean defeat, that loss can coexist with value, that endings are also part of the story, woven through beginning and middle, inseparable from the whole. Float now, rest. The ocean remembers everything, including this moment. You're part of the story too, part of the long narrative of humans and water, building and dwelling, losing and remembering. Your moment matters as much as any other moment in that story. Live it fully, then release it, then live the next moment, then release that too, floating forward through time like the ocean's currents, always moving, never holding, creating meaning through the journey itself, rather than through reaching any final destination. The Sphinx waits in green-blue water, patient as stone can be, wearing away slowly under the gentle erosion of currents and time, but still recognizably itself, still performing its ancient function of guardianship, even though what it guards has transformed from palace to ruin, from seat of power to site of memory, from living city to underwater monument. Its carved eyes see everything and nothing. Its stone face bears no expression of judgment or sorrow, or hope, just stone being stone, lasting longer than flesh, but not forever, holding form longer than memory, but not eternally. The cities sleep beneath the waves in that same patient stillness. They've finished their work as living places. Now they perform different work, teaching, preserving, witnessing, connecting. They rest in the quiet depths, no longer bustling with human activity, but active nonetheless in the memories they hold, the stories they tell, the wonder they inspire. They've traded motion for stillness, noise for silence, the urgent present of daily life for the patient presence of deep time. And in that trade, they've perhaps gained something, a kind of peace that living cities, with all their chaos and conflict and constant change, can never quite achieve. The ocean holds its memories not as preservation against loss, but as transformation within loss. What the ocean takes, it changes. Wood becomes waterlogged, metal corrodes, stone erodes, but in that changing, new forms emerge. Cities become reefs. Streets become pathways for fish. Columns become structures that barnacles colonize and algae covers. The transformation isn't destruction, it's conversion, a shifting from one kind of existence to another, from human space to hybrid space, where nature and culture interweave, where past and present occupy the same water, where the drowned and the living share the same planet, the same ocean, the same story, and you float peacefully in this moment, connected to all of it, part of the ancient story, resting in the knowledge that has always been true and always will be. We build, we dwell, we lose, we remember, we build again, and the ocean witnesses it all, keeping what we cannot keep, preserving what we cannot preserve, holding the long story of human civilization on coastal boundaries that shift and change, but always, always are negotiated between land and sea, between permanence and impermanence, beneath the waves.